Hello, Joanne. Yeah, you are probably the one. Look, if you're the only one, we can have a private conversation essentially. So don't worry, people are going to come. The Americans are not because it's late, but for them, but it's fine. I'm going to go make tea in the meantime, and then I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Do-do-do-do-doom. By the way, are you recording in Zig or on Zig? I am coding. I'm using Zig. I'm not programming Zig right now. I'm not contributing to the compiler. I'm making an open source Discord alternative. Hello, Pudatta Podmin. Oh, two animated images, and neither of them is supported, is running in Bork. So sad. We need to get better at this, and we will. We need to get better at this, and we will. You heard me. We will. So, what are we doing today? Um, we need to take the code from yesterday. We got macOS screen share code working, so we need to um, make that happen. And then let's read some posts about end-to-end yapping. People are yapping about end-to-end, so let's see what they have to say. Maybe I should demo what we have working, although I want to make one small improvement before, because yesterday we didn't do this. Which is, then we want a UI.animation. There's animate and then animation. And animation wants an animation as input. Animate. This seems to be the interface. I don't know what options we need to give it. I don't know what other options we need to give it. What are our init options specific to the animation widget? Kind of animation, duration and easing. Kind, known, alpha, horizontal. So there was a way of turning on like always update. I think that animations are one way of doing it. I don't know if those are the only way of doing it. I'll try though. So we need to give microseconds duration. Um, so it's 1 second times std dot time dot microseconds per second divided by 30. That is though not the duration, that is the frequency. So we want 1 over this. So we want 30 or 60. Let's do 60 divided by 60 divided by that. Also, let's do 60.0 because I don't know if we're gonna get float. Oh god, he's gonna complain now. You know what? I think there's still something wrong though with this, because I was doing. Yeah, no, because I think it would have to be. It's a percentage, right? It's time microseconds per seconds time like 100 divided by 60. That makes a lot more sense, I think. Missing star field what? Kind. I don't know. None. Let's see what this does. Ah, it's not really moving. I need to move my mouse to have the bird move. So this was not it. Also, what does this return? An animate widget. Do you do the init on it? Oh, you do. Wait. Oh, wait a second. You do start on it. Start and widget. And then you the init. Okay, so you know what? I could have known this, but I suspect that management of an animation is complicated. There's a whole life cycle. Let's see if there's something simpler. DVUI. I think that David had something of that kind. Maybe it was a timeout. Maybe you just want to renew a timeout. Let me see. To be fair, yeah, we basically want a timeout of but what if we miss it though? Hmm. Okay, let's look at the online demo. What do we have? Basic widgets. Calculator, text entry, styling, theming, layout, text layout, plots. Reorder 3, menus, focus. Hmm. Tabs are good. Simple tooltip. Cool. Um, Dialogue is toast. Oh shit, I opened a open file thingy. Yeah, this is our thing. Texture frames under animations. Okay, that's what we want. So let's see, texture frames. What do we use for milliseconds per frame? There we go. Timer done or none? Timer done or none? Interesting. Let's copy this because I think that's kind of what we want. But it does want box data ID. Oh, but it's fine. So we can do W, rotate pixels. We don't do that. Invalidate cache. Texture invalidate cache. I think this is basically, this needs to be combined with this. On a timer, we try to swap. And if we do, invalidate cache. Oh, there's update. Update image source. What does this do? PMA interpolation. Okay, I have no clue what a PMA is. Is there a text.d in it? There's destroy later. Okay, I don't know what the life cycle of texture is, so I'm not gonna try. A DUI timer. Okay, so that's kind of how it is. We need to double check that this makes sense for us. So you grab the texture. We look at what point we are in the frame. In nanoseconds, and we want to change that into milliseconds. And left, millis per frame minus left. Okay, there's 1,000 milliseconds in 1 second. So if we want 10 frames per second, we divide by 10. If we want 60 frames per second, we divide by 60. So we do it 60 frames. But I think this computation should happen no matter what. I think this might be right. Hello, Magic Fire. So let's see. There we go. Now it moves on its own, and I think the frame rate is not too insane. It's not showing us exactly the frame rate though. Where's the I thought there was a thing that would show us frames per second, but it's not in this view. I guess it's on in the debug window. So yeah, edit options panics. Oh wait, you can edit this stuff? Wait, what? What? Holy shit. Oh, that is cool. I didn't know you could do this. Oh, that explains also the margin is why we were missing a little bit of the image. What do you know? Min size, max size, zero padding. Okay, cool. What is this? Copy options to struct to clipboard. Oh, man, this is so cool. What an experience. I didn't know you could do this stuff. Hmm. I mean, it works. This window could be um the size of this window could be made to fit the size of our stuff, but DVI floating window, blah blah blah, padding. What does the padding do? I don't remember. But we can do this before defining the floating window, I think. Oh no, but we have this wdata ID. Hmm. Hello, X2. Well, this we can delete. That is for sure. And I can go here. That can definitely go there. I want the size of this thing to make sense. I think padding is right. Padding is what gives the size um of that window. Yeah. And we're making it 16 by 9. You can see it's 16 by 9. Um because all the other multipliers are shared. So how does this work? Kinda we want, I think, to take the stream input and we want to scale it down. So we take whatever number they give us. Maybe we divide it by 4. Although, are those numbers normally divisible by 4? I think we're going to need to have some adjustments if we do that. And also, there's still the problem of what do we do if there is no texture? So here I'm doing texture undefined. It's probably better to do optional texture. So here we do the processing. And I think then we do this afterwards down here. With the only problem that now we lost access to this fucking ID. SU64, SU size. Okay, so we do extend ID. There we go. So now we don't have a dependency on W anymore. I don't know what this guy is complaining about now. This one's an ID, so we're gonna be able to call this. This guy does return a normal ID, right? Oh, come on. This should work. Why undef in an enum? I don't know. I guess it depends on what DVY specifically means for undefined. So here's our floating window. It's in the zone file. Look at build.zig.zone. That tells you which version of Zig you need. Okay, now we're done complaining. Good. Go to the functions, it doesn't work. I don't know, fuck it. I'm gonna get this guy to tell me exactly what's wrong. Okay, expect to come after the initializer. God damn it. What did I fuck up? Is it going insane for this? Oh, no, wait. There we go. Okay. Um, oh, god damn it. Source outside of function scope. Here. Okay, so here we do the stuff. And then I'm expecting that our texture can tell me width and height. Yeah, it does have width and height. Perfect. So my what I call here pixels is essentially a texture with height and then pixels. That's funny. Is there a way to launch the VUI in full screen? I don't know. I never had to do this. The VUI has a Discord server, by the way. If you're interested in VUI, I encourage you to join it and ask the maintainer. I really am not an expert when it comes to GUI stuff. This is pretty much my first ever GUI application, so I'm learning as I go. But I guess the answer in general is yes. There certainly has to be a way. Now, how complicated it is, I don't know. Okay, now how do we size this? Because we need the aspect ratio of this thing. So those resolutions are going to be something like 720, right? 1080. We can divide these numbers by 10. Or we can express then one as the ratio of the other. So for example, we say that no matter what, the width should be this, and then we change the height accordingly. So we consider this essentially 1, and then we scale the other one accordingly. I would do this. Okay, it's time to mess up some math. Although, how do we? Then we need to. Okay, so this is going to be the width that we're targeting. Then we need to um, find the ratio between this width and the actual width. So it's going to be the texture. Oh, also text.width divided by preview with pixels. So this is going to be the width ratio. And then we need, well, let's just do, yeah, that's fine. Width ratio. And then we apply the width ratio to the height. So we do const preview height pixels is going to be whatever the original pixels are times width ratio. Preview with pixels. Is it upload 32 found? U32. Oh, we can add float cast. Oh, sorry, that is float from int. Whoops. Okay. Let's see how it goes. It did not go well. It definitely did not go well. Why? Um, one thing that I noticed is, am I fucking around X and Y? I think I might have swapped width and height. Although no, this is definitely with, I mean, I'm gonna try it out. But yeah, no, that's not how it should be. This is definitely wrong. Yeah. Okay, out of curiosity, what if we do straight up text.width text.height? So no scaling. What happens without scaling? Or do I need the float conversion stuff? Fuck. So it turns out that even if I give it, even if I give it the original numbers, it doesn't work out. Actually, you can see that this is stretched vertically in a weird way. This is stretched vertically in a weird way. But it shouldn't. I think that it's not working. Something else is not working. I think that if you take this and you stretch it, oh wait, you know what? Wait. Close. Fuck. Here's what was fucking up all the math. I have some text in there. Let me remove the text. That was it. The text was occupying space and distorting that thing, or maybe not. Maybe you have a different problem. Okay. Inspector gadget. Padding 920. Padding is now 20. Well, okay, this slider is not doing the. This slider is not doing a particularly good job. Oh, expand ratio. Expand both. Hi, Andrew. Yes, we do. But I don't know. I don't know why the box where I put it in has weird behavior. I'm gonna mute the bird for a while. I don't know. Maybe render texture accepts some options that we're not passing. They want to say rect scale. Maybe that's fucked up. Texture options, rotation, color mode. Color mode? Corner radius, UV, background color debug, fade. I think we're passing in the wrong. I think this is wrong. I think we have this information here. We just need to use it. Okay, let's see. What's a rect scale? Rect physical units none. XYWH. Never mind. We need this. No margin. Hmm. Still something not working well. Let's see what the DVY code looks like. It might be doing the same thing, but there we go. Frame box. It gives a mean size content. So instead of padding the mean size content, we probably want to do the same. And then it draws a DVUI image. Oh, was changed. Hey, thank you for the tier 1. Jahin ready. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, image source. Why does he do it this way? Because he creates an image out of pixels. Oh, pixels PMA. E is a bunch of pixels. A width and a height. Okay. So in theory, we could also do update on our thing. Holy shit. Okay. Hello? Thank you for the gift of tier 1 subs. Thank you very much, man. What's up? Holy shit. Now I'm gonna crank up ads. So now that everybody has uh, a sub, I'm joking. I won't. You'll still get ads though because I don't have control over that. So okay, we're not doing the image because I think in our case it's not necessary. But he's doing expand both. Let's see what happens with mean content instead of padding. Does that change anything? Zig is the first time systems programming finally clicked with me. Nice. Awesome. Glad you are having that experience. No thing named X instruct. Oh. How does it work? WH. That's fair. I'm just gonna grab a random item. Why are we still doing this? So you see how it's stretched. The height is stretched in a weird way, but also there's an empty space always to the right. I think we need David Vanderson to solve this. I just have no idea. Let me think about it one more time. This is how big we want the we how wide we want the preview image to be. Then we look at the ratio between the actual width of the texture and our width. So the actual width of the texture we assume is going to be bigger. Doesn't have necessarily to be, but we'll assume it's going to be bigger. So we're going to find out that inside there's texture, we fit 3 of our widths. Oh, you know what? Maybe that is the problem. Yeah, we find out that we fit 3, 4, 5 instances of our width, and yeah, it's scale, not ratio. You're right. Is it actually? Wait. I mean, I don't know what the right word for it is, but the math here is wrong, right? That means that their height must be divided by, not multiplied by. So I think this is it. I'm shocked how quickly Awebo gained this much functionality. How long did it take to get here? Total development time of Awebo? I don't know precisely. I did start a long time ago, but then I stopped. I think in total this project has like 3-4 months worth of work in it, maybe 5. Nah. So I mean, there is some work to get a chat application working, but the starting thing should be Like the basic stuff, yeah, it doesn't take that much time if you have a language that doesn't fuck you over every time you try to do something, right? So we have cross compilation. Like we do get a ton of mileage out of Zig, like a ton. But once you have a decent baseline, a decent tool chain in place, actually getting the thing done. Honestly, the integration with the OS, in the case of macOS for screen share, I had to write some Objective C, which I don't fully understand, but it wasn't that bad. I watched a video to learn what some of the quirkiest syntax is supposed to mean. Like this is how you call a method on an object in Objective C. You use square brackets and then you use a poor man for form of Lisp, which looks very confusing, but it's just a crappy function call. Essentially, well, it's a message, blah blah blah. But um, at a high level, that's why you do a function call. And now I have this Objective C file, and then I don't know, I can just add it to my compilation. So when we're targeting macOS in here, we add it to the compilation. A couple for declarations here and there, so that Objective C knows about Zig and Zig knows about Objective C, and we're done. Oh, nice. Yeah. I've started doing that as well in my tokenizers. Um okay, so this is the math though, right? Now at this point, let's see. There is one last thing that I didn't do, which is we should probably be using float. Okay, now this looks fine. Now this looks not distorted. Now we're doing this correctly. We still have the problem that this thing is too wide, and I don't understand why. Why is this guy this wide? Can we do also a max size content? Also, you know what? Padding. Padding all 0. Some of these widgets have padding and margin that are not set to 0 by default, so you have to explicitly ask for 0 margin and padding. Does it handle video yet, or you didn't bother with that? You mean for example that you have this and you want to do screen share, and then you select this window for screen sharing. So you do share this window, and then you see it in here. Yes, that's what I'm working on. And I'm trying to understand why there's this empty space to the right. God damn it, it's driving me nuts. Please, why is there? Why is this thing there? Um, options. So we have these. I think it's this expand. I think it's the expand stuff. Okay. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my teacup. Okay, let's see. So we could do ratio. What does it default to? Oh, default is none. Well, expand from direction. From? Why not towards? From direction. Interesting. Let's say ratio. I don't know. Let's try some options. This is so weird. Oh my god, X2, you might be right. What if this stupid fucking browser is not our or the OS? I don't know who to blame, but what if this has to do with the OS dealing with Windows in the wrong way and this is not us? Oh no. Wait, this has been the problem all along. Is that it? This has been the problem all along. So to be clear, I thought that by asking the screenshot of only a specific window, we will get a buffer that basically had the shape of the window. But that was me being absolutely naive. That was being me. That was me being absolutely naive because the reality is that no, you still get a um, monitor, a display shaped texture, but with just the application. To be fair, that is not necessarily wrong because um that is not necessarily wrong because that's how the OS works, right? The OS has a window compositor that has, I'm guessing, each application has its own buffer and then it all gets composited at the end. So what the OS is just doing is giving us access to one of these pixel buffers. It doesn't create a special one for us. So because of that, um, yeah, it's not giving us a shape that matches the shape of the window. So you know what? I could have just not bothered all along, I guess. So no, long story short, this is still in the texture. It's just that it's all alpha channel. That's the thing. We're getting something that matches the display. So the pixel buffer application is probably the size of the window. No, uh, I would say probably not, given what I'm seeing. Well, here's the thing. There is an advantage in having a full display sized pixel buffer for a window, which is that you know where the Windows is located, so it you can always bleed it. Wait a second. Why did you know what? Maybe what I just said is wrong. I thought that by moving this, something would change. I have no fucking clue what macOS is doing then now. Okay, what I see this get even weirder Watch this get even weirder. I full screen it. And it blurs out if we're not looking at it. Like the OS. I'm not doing anything. The OS is now returning me to it for some reason. Please, can I leave that? Please, no more bird. Doomed to watch the bird forever. Okay, I was about to say, I expected by moving the window, I expected the window to also move around in here, but it doesn't. So I have no fucking clue why the OS is behaving like this. I'm sure there's reasons. Not all the reasons will be smart reasons, but yeah. Why is the color tinted? I can tell you why. Because we are using RGBA in our application, but macOS for some weird reason is blue BGRA, I think. They swap around to colors because fuck you. And so we would need to basically do the swap ourselves. Actually, it's worse because right now we have a read-only buffer, so we can't even modify that buffer. To get this to work efficiently. Holy shit, man, what's up? So to make this to work efficiently, we would need to, I think render texture needs to be able to deal with textures that are not RGBA, but I don't think it's able to. So, or rather, the texture itself, when created, should understand stuff that is not RGBA. Holy shit, man. Everyone watches without ads today. Okay. Hello, great to see you early today. Thank you. I know I ask a lot of questions. Another one for today. Sure. I've been building a Zig community in Bangladesh. Okay. Rarely people I find know Zig here, but trying to make people aware and try Zig. To be fair, this is not unique to Bangladesh. I think I understand where you're coming from because, you know, if you don't live in the United States or like even in a English speaking country, then you kind of feel left out a little bit of these things. But kind of everywhere, Zig is still kind of niche. So don't worry. In every place, Zig is still niche. In any case, I know there are no rules as the communities are decentralized. Just do you have any sort of suggestions / notes? I got the country TLD for Zig as well. Zig.bd. Wow. What did you put on there? Okay, so here's my suggestion. Okay, 1 second. Let me just answer this question and I'll come back to this. Maybe you don't need to modify it. Like if both devices are Mac, you'll need to convert it back. No, that's not exactly how it works. So, the reason why I'm saying this is before sending the video out, we need to compress it. So the compression algorithm will want to know what is green and what is red. And you might think that these colors are interchangeable, right? What does the thing care? It does. In video, red and green pixels, there's way more green pixels than red pixels in an image. So you cannot lie. You will fuck up the image if you lie about what is red and what is green to the encoder. I cannot state this with 100% knowledge because I've not done it yet, but given what I do know, I have very high confidence. We're swapping red and blue, are we? Maybe. but it's still, it doesn't matter. All these colors have different ratios. There's I said twice, maybe it's even more. I think there's a lot more green than red, and I think there's less red than blue in an image in the pixel grid. This thing has a name. It's called it's somebody's filter, Bayer filter. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the ratio of blue and red pixels is the same, but there's definitely way more green. So you cannot fuck up green. That is for sure. The other two, maybe you can. I don't know. In any case, I think that it's it's a stupid game to lie to the encoder about colors. So so what you do is I would imagine, I would hope that that for example FFmpeg has a way of telling it, look, this image is not RGBA. This is a BGRA whatever. Like this image has out of order, has a different order of colors. So so for the encoder it doesn't matter, I think. What you could argue, which I think is reasonable, is that if we are on a GBRA or whatever that is device, when we're playing back our own images, we shouldn't have to do the conversion, because it means that we have to convert once one way and then we have to convert it back the second time. So I think that this should support, I think the DVI should have GBRA support for GBRA textures. I don't know if that is the right abstraction, but you get that idea. So this is all stuff for David, I think, but for the encoder I don't think it matters. Yeah. Are you for real? I am totally for real. Please give money to Sam Altman. Okay, sorry. Let me go back to Zig Bangladesh. Okay, so here's the suggestions that I have. Suggestion number 1. If you are creating a location-based community, then it means that you have 2 reasons to do so. One is the language. So you expect to speak a language that is not English, like you expect to speak your own language. So in that case, my suggestion is, oh, sorry, let me also enumerate the other one. So one is the language and the other one is proximity. So like you live close to other people that you want to interact with. So that means that if you want to do a Zig Bangladesh community, you have 2 options. You can do both or one, but you have to do at least one for this to make sense. One is you create an online community where people join and they don't talk English, they don't speak English, they speak your language. So what is the name of the language that you speak in Bangladesh? Bengali. Thank you. I assumed, I didn't want to say stupid shit, so I Googled. Okay, so that means that you want to create a community where you speak Bengali with people. I don't know, what do you guys use there? Do you use WhatsApp? Do you use Telegram? Do you use Discord? Do you not use any of these things? Is there something else that you use? So my suggestion is create a group where you speak Bengali with people and you talk about Zig in Bengali. I own the Italian Telegram group where people in it speak Italian. You create a Discord server. Okay, perfect. That works. You did not link it here though, right? You might want to consider also to link it here. Then here's the second reason why you want to create a location-based community, as I said, for meeting people in person. Now, maybe this is too early. I don't know. You will have to decide. I will want to say, okay, that sounds good. The other reason is if you want to meet with people in person. Here is my suggestion. You don't have to do it. If you just if you like normal meetups, have normal meetups. So assuming that you have 3, 4, 5, 10 people that are interested in Zig enough, that want to come with you and do Zig events on a regular basis. And by regular, I mean maybe once a month, once every 2 months, once every 4 months, a couple times a year, maybe even, that would still be fine. So once you have a few of these people, then you can either have a normal meetup where you meet at the end of the day, and there's one of two talks. That's what meetups usually look like. People basically at the end of their workday during the week, they maybe leave their workplace at 5 p.m., 6 p.m., and they come to your meetup, and there's somebody speaking. Sometimes if you are able to get a sponsor, maybe you can get the sponsor, which might be another company, to pay for, snacks, pizza, maybe something to drink, that kind of stuff. I personally don't like this format, but if you do, totally fine. If instead you would want to do something more interesting, in my opinion, there's the format of a Zig Day. So Zig Days. But there are a little bit of rules. If you want to call your event a Zig Day and you want it to be listed on the official page of a Zig Day, then it has to have this format. You meet in the morning, everybody brings their laptop, and you need to find a location that is willing to give you access to a room with internet and electricity for a full day on a Saturday. Maybe also alternatively, Sunday would also be fine, but it would have to be during the weekend. You meet in the morning, everybody brings a laptop, everybody introduces themselves, kind of like a stand-up, except it doesn't suck. So everybody introduces themselves, and if you have a project that you want to work on, you mention the project. And the project should be ideally, something that you want to do for fun, some open source project that you want to contribute to, but it has to be mostly for fun. Like it has to be because you're interested in doing the work, in doing that thing, in learning something new. Then everybody else introduces themselves in turn, and at the end, you decide if you want to commit to what you said you wanted to do, or if you heard somebody else that had an interesting project that you also were interested in, then you can join them. Or maybe it's a project that you know a lot about and you decide that you want to go help them. Or maybe you didn't have a project of your own, so you want to join somebody else no matter what. So everybody forms small groups, 1, 2, 3 people, sometimes 4 maybe. And you start working on it in the morning. Then there's a lunch break. I don't know what you guys would want to do for lunch. I personally just leave the place and go have lunch outside. Usually takes an hour and a half. Then you come back and you do some more of that in the afternoon. At the end of the day, which you can decide when that is, I don't know, 4 p.m., maybe 5 p.m., maybe 3 p.m., I don't know. You stand in a circle again and everybody mentions what they worked on. If your office has a big TV screen or a projector and you want to get fancy, you can even have people show what they worked on if they want. Not everybody will have interesting stuff to show, but some might. So, for example, when I go to a Zig Day, nowadays I'm going to say I want to work on Awebo. I'll work on my own Discord alternative. And previously, I would work on my static site generator. I have my own open source projects that I want to work on. Sometimes I also help other people. So this is what a Zig Day looks like. And the goal is that at a Zig Day, people come and use that time to learn how to make better programs. They learn how to make software you can love, ideally, using Zig, although Zig is not a hard requirement, but in practice, you do this to meet with other people that do work on Zig. And it can be fun. So this is a blog post where I explain kind of the format and the reasoning. And by the way, we started doing this originally at Software You Can Love at the conference. So the first day of the conference, the first time we organized it, we didn't have any talks. It was just a bunch of us sitting at tables programming. So there are some guidelines. And if you're interested, then there's a link down here on what is the process to become a Zig Day organizer. Just so that we're clear, there's no money involved. It's your community. You decide what to do with it. But as long as you want to call it a Zig Day needs to have this format. So you can have a Zig meetup that has nothing to do with Zig.day, but and then you can do whatever you want in it. But for it to be a Zig Day, it has to be a full day event that runs on a weekend. Be aware that you need some people that are already interested in this stuff. It's not easy. You don't always have them near you, and it might take some time. So my recommendation would be start with the online community. Zig Day is also in Stockholm. Well, there's a bunch already. So there's one in Stockholm, yeah. Because there's one person in Stockholm who wants to organize them. Let's see if they have photos. Not this one. Oh, I've seen the photos, but they were not posted. It's fine. There's one in Nuremberg, Germany. This one is here. This one is really good. I've attended a couple of those. And this is what it looked like. If you want to meet Andrew, there's the one in Portland, but you have to be in the United States. The first one, I think, has photos. Oh, come on. They posted photos. Wait, did they take the photos down? Oh, you know what? No, I think I've seen the photos. They might have never posted them. Interesting. But I think that Seattle does have photos. Yeah, there we go. I mean, as you can see, it doesn't have to be super fancy. You need a room with tables and power and like electricity and Wi-Fi. But once you have that, you're good. Maybe also not too hot or too cold. Okay, so these are recommendations. It has to make sense locally. How about a cafe? That works. Some have been running a cafe. I think the new Portland one might be at a cafe. We received a lot of feedback that the library space we were using was too noisy, making the whole thing kind of exhausting. We've been trying to find something different. This time we'll be meeting at a private room at the McManim's Broadway pub. I don't know if that counts as a cafe, but you get the idea. So yeah, you can totally do it. You can be expedient with it. Like depending on what you have available to you near you, you use what you have at your disposal. Yeah. I see the Belgrade one have photos. Oh, they also didn't post them. I've seen those photos, but they didn't publish them. By the way, the Belgrade one also makes sense because they have a Telegram community. So, long story short, start with an online community where you can meet people that are from your country, but you can meet them online, and then start work your way up towards a physical event. In my opinion, Zig Days are the gold standard, but you obviously, it's not easy to organize. You need to have access to a room on a weekend. It is not trivial. Like unless you own it. If you already own one for some reason, then awesome. But if you don't, then it's not trivial. But if you can pull it off, then it's great. Before you get to, or I would say also, it is some work. So you could argue that before getting to that level, you will want to maybe do some more informal meet, some more informal meetup. You could even meet other people just to at a cafe, not to even to code, like just to talk, as a starting point. And then as you build a community that starts having a few people in it, then you can work your way up to a proper Zig Day. So, I would say good luck to you. Don't rush it too much. It does take time. This stuff always takes time. Like here, you can see a bunch of Zig days, right? But I'll tell you that, for example, the Milan one is very active. This is I would say, the most active Zig day there is. Then you have the Portland one, which is also kind of active. Seattle run once, but I think Scott is going to run it again in the near future. So I would say it's less active, but it's not dead. Then there is Bristol, also run by MLAG. So if anybody here is in the UK, this one is also a cool Zig day, and there is a core team member in it. Yeah, I mentioned Nuremberg earlier, but then a lot of the other ones, the event run once or twice, and they don't have yet a critical mass to really run the event full steam ahead. For example, the Kitchener-Waterloo one was a very small event, just a handful of people. So the organizer is a cool guy, but he needs more people near him. So you know what? Actually, if you're listening and you live near Kitchener-Waterloo, which is down here, it's the piece of Canada that kind of jams itself into the United States. Yeah, consider sending him a message and attending and subscribing to the Z Day. Vancouver, run once. So it's not easy. Stockholm, run twice. Osaka, only one time. So it takes time. Anyway, sorry, I'm done. Let's see. Thank you so much for the suggestions. There's some coworker space, and sometimes they even sponsor. Yeah, we'll start online, and then if there are enough people interested, we'll go for a Zig day. Yeah, awesome. Oh, you will? Nice. Yeah, feel free to come. The Milan one is cool. I would say that if for some reason you have to like choose one, or rather, like the Milan one is not available or whatever, I would say Nuremberg is also really good. I'm not there every single time, but I will join it fairly frequently. And then also the Bristol one is cool, but you have to go to the UK for that. So I don't know if you want to do that. Sorry, if anybody here is from the UK, I'm joking. I think there is one last thing I want to say. Oh yeah, so you mentioned coworker space. On that point, here's one tiny little piece of advice. I don't have a ton of experience organizing events at co-working spaces. I do have a tiny little bit. So what happened more specifically is that there is a new co-working space here in the town where I live, near Milan, and we are moving the Milan Zig Day for one event to start to my town and to this co-working space. They agreed to host the first event for free. Why did they agree to host the event for free? They agreed, I would say, for two reasons. One is that co-working spaces, they don't use the space on weekends, nowhere near as much. If you ask a co-working space that has customers to run an event that uses the common area on a weekday, they're not going to be happy, or they will charge you for it, because during the week that space is used by customers. So at that point, you have to be a customer yourself if you want to consume that resource. On weekends, though, co-working spaces have basically, they still pay rent, right? So the space is still there, but it's not being consumed. So for them, it's a way of utilizing a resource that on a weekend would not be utilized. That being said, it is not free to have somebody come and open the door for you, move the chairs around, clean up after you leave. So it's not free. But if you do bring people in an event and people have a good time, that is, in a sense, good publicity. For example, the co-working space here in my town is new. They are trying to have more people know that it even exists. And so when I talked to them, I told them that I would bring people from the area, but also from further away. So yeah, so that also is a reason. Um, yeah, they mostly sponsor here to create exposure for their brand. Yeah, absolutely, that makes sense. So I guess my point is this: it seems that you already understand how it works, but just in I wanted to point it out just in case that you didn't have that knowledge, or if anybody here is listening, if you ever try to organize an event and the co-working space wants to charge you for everything, they can do that. It is reasonable, it is not wrong, but be aware that if you're asking a co-working space or a similar venue to host an event on a weekend, the fact that you're bringing them people is also something of value to them. Now, how much of value it is to them, up to discussion. How much it costs them to keep the venue open on a weekend day um, could vary from place to place. So it's not necessarily categorically wrong for them to want to charge you money to be there on a weekend, but it is also not categorically right. It is a negotiation that you have to make. And be aware that you, as a conference organizer, you will be bringing them people and doing them a favor to some degree. Now, last thing that needs to be said very clearly, it really also depends a lot on how many people you bring. Let's talk about extremes. You go to the event, like you organize the event and nobody comes. It's just you and then the owners of the co-working space who have to turn on the lights and open the door just for you. How much of a favor are you doing them? The answer is zero, right? You're bringing zero people with you. And so that is just a cost and they didn't gain anything. What if you bring 3 people with you? Not a lot. What if you bring 10 people with you? Better, but still not a lot. So be aware that the essentially for you to be doing them a favor, you need to bring them a good number of people. If you're bringing 40 people, like 40 people, yeah, that starts to be interesting. 40 starts to be a good number, like a good number. Um, I so I guess this is the last thing that I wanted to mention. When you talk to the co-working space, either well, you're not gonna be able to guarantee them that you will bring 40 people, right? So they will have to make an estimate based on their own impression, like the way that you present yourself, the way that you present the community. If you have run the event before, for example, if you've never run the event before anywhere, then there is no track record. But if you did, for example, in my case, I could show that we were already running an event elsewhere and we were having like up to 40 people come in the past. So that gave the organizers confidence that I wasn't going to, you know, have them have an extra cost just to bring 5 people with me. Um, so yeah, that's it. Keep that in mind as well. End of story. I heard that to understand cryptography properly, you first have to have a persona. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, no problem, man. Like, good luck. Good luck with your endeavor. And, you know, likewise, if you get a Zig day that starts having, in due time, no rush, but if in due time you start having a Zig day that has enough people in it, maybe one day I'll also be able to come. I do have the ability, I do have some budget to travel to Zig days. So, not an infinite amount, but I can do it. And obviously, I'm using it to go to places where I can meet as many people as I can, or close to also some variety as well, not always to the same place, but yeah. So who knows? What about end to end? Yeah, I'll bring this up in a moment. I have some open links, and there are personas involved. So I guess that means that we're gonna be doing some good end to end encryption readings. But But what do I want to do first with this stuff here? Well, I mean, we solved this mystery. Like, we fully solved this mystery. There is nothing else to say here. And maybe what we should say is that this shouldn't have an empty background. Maybe this should have a visible background. So, for example, what if I comment this out? Will we get a background because behind the image? I'm going to share this window. Yeah, okay. So with this, we have the background, which is not bad. You know, at least we don't think that it's something else. We'll see what to do precisely with that at that point. Oh, you know what? Also, maybe I should do this. What if instead of sharing this application, I share the entire screen? Show all windows. Share the entire screen. Yeah, look, share the entire screen looks nice. Okay. Yeah, we can do a little bit of end-to-end reading. So we do a little bit of end-to-end encryption reading. And then I'm going to refactor this code so that it um so that we can commit it, basically. Yeah. Yeah, by the way, now that we have the video stream, we could technically start working on compression and networking code. Holy shit, we are so further ahead with this stuff at this point. Oh, you know what? Oh, wait. I'm not gonna do this now, probably, but there is another open question, which is audio capture. Of course, you want to capture audio, right? Whenever you're doing this stuff. Um, let's see. When streaming, when sharing a process, well, let's say a window, I want to capture audio from the relative application, and I want to share all desktop audio, excluded audio from my own application when sharing a whole display. Now watch it say that it's turbo complicated. For audio capture with Screen Capture Kit, you need to configure audio capture settings to handle audio sample buffers. Oh, is it the same API? Oh my god, it's the same API. This is delightful. Oh man, this is delightful. Awesome. Audio configuration captures audio, yes. Separate whatever we want, channel count 2, yes. Excludes current process audio, yes. It's so easy. Well, we do want to do this though. Like, we definitely okay. Damn. The problem is that right now audio doesn't work on macOS. Like, the whole audio backend is broken. Otherwise we would be able to wire it in. That being said, locally you don't want to hear a preview of your own audio, normally speaking. So yeah. Okay. So give me a sec. I'll go to the restroom very quick. Look at this bad boy, BG array. Why? Yeah, you're right. The G stays in the same place. It's RGB and then it becomes BGR. Why are they swapping these two things? I don't know. So yeah, we can do also the audio stuff. Perfect. Okay. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, oh, there we go. This is what we want. Captures audio, yes. Sample rate 48,000. Channel count 2. Excludes current process audio, yes. And then it means that we're getting samples. Add video output, add audio output. Output type screen, output type audio. Did output sample buffer. If SC stream output type screen, if SC stream output type audio, audio. Oh god, and then there's audio processing. Jesus Christ! Right, of course. I mean, so I think we want to copy these. Oh wait, we already had this if input type screen, output type screen, output type screen. We do get image buffer on sample buffer, but we don't do this here. I don't know. Fine. Where does one learn systems programming without any C-isms? Assuming a simple, for example, assuming an implicit global allocator. The Zig reference, Casey Moratori's course have taught me a lot. Does anyone have other recommendations? Those are good resources, yes. Like Casey's stuff does that. Hey there, Toyfield. How's it going? It's going well. Where else? So in general, there is more stuff related to the handmade network. You know, Casey Moratori made Handmade Hero, and then you have the Handmade Network, and then you can find reading related to the Handmade Network that has, be it source code or blog posts. I guess my only warning is be careful about Handmade Network stuff because the Handmade Network is not exactly the same as the Z community. It's more complicated, and there are people with very bad ideas in the community. So, and I say in that community, I should say in those communities, because now the Handmade Network split in 3 parts. So you have the super spicy one, which is the Better Software Conference people, which includes Casey. And then you have, well, let's just say the rest. So my point is, I don't know, be careful about handmade stuff. Don't get dragged into becoming somebody who listens to oh man, what do they call him? Programming Andrew Tate. I was talking about Jonathan Blow though, not Casey. In any case, so be careful. But other than that, that's another place where you can learn some more of that. But ultimately, I would say what really makes the most difference is just doing the work yourself. I think that ultimately you can see people talk about things in a certain way, but you already know what an arena allocator is. You don't need somebody to yap, for an hour or two about arena allocators. You need, I would say, more to try and use arena allocators yourself, first-hand experience. Yeah. For example, you mentioned, I think that you mentioned writing a parser and tokenizer, right? So that is very good practice. By the way, if you want to compare notes, check out my stuff for Ziggy. Um, so Ziggy is a JSON replacement. It's incomplete, or rather, like it's usable, but it's not, it's not a done project. But I'm pretty happy with my tokenizer and with my AST. Also, you will might notice good old comp time unreachable down here. And you can see how I do the AST. This is not perfect. This is where I'm at right now. So you can maybe steal some ideas, or maybe you have some things that you do better than I do. And I don't know, you can laugh, I guess, at that. I'll tell you one thing that I'm not doing that I plan to do. I'm not using multi-array list. I should be using multi-array list for nodes, but I'm not. So that is an improvement that I want to incorporate into this design. But so you can do that to see where you stand in terms of tokenizers and ASTs, and then yeah, there's probably other things that it's worth cutting your teeth on. Yeah, there was a bunch of drama in the handmade network. It imploded a while ago. Nice. So my recommendation is, you know what? Here's my best recommendation. If you had the opportunity, go join a Zig Day, because there you will find people that are potentially, you will find somebody who hopefully is more further ahead with Zig than you are, so that you can steal ideas from them, so that you can learn from them, and then also that it's not just an interaction where you listen to a talk, but you also do stuff, so that helps you get a what's the expression, like get it into your bones, like you gain practical experience. Yeah, Brock doesn't handle the watch streak messages. Sorry. You've been watching for how many streaks? 25 stream streak. Holy shit. Wow. Does anyone know of any easy communities in India? Uh, Good question. Discord, Japan, Korea, Arabic, Chinese, German. There's more telegrams, but I believe none of these is India. There's Indonesia. So there's a Stoat. Oh, there is. By the way, uh, oh, inactive. I see. Well, you know the drill. If nobody is doing it and you want it done, if nobody is doing it and you want it done, you gotta do it yourself, right? Okay, process audio buffer. What is this bad boy? Oh my god, it's doing so much stuff. Copy. Process audio frame. Get audio buffer list. Block buffer. What's a block buffer? I don't know. Get audio format. Get the audio data. Process each buffer, usually just one for interleaved stereo. Audio samples, size in bytes, the number of channels. And then this ends up in an, for now, this is fine. This ends up in some logging. That is good. Let's try it out. Do we still compile? Do we still get access to stuff? I think Apple should say that we're gonna share also audio. It's not saying it. Share this window. Does this work? Oh, wait, we crashed. Holy shit, we instant crashed. Swappy. Audio, 0 frames. Holy shit. Last I checked, we had like 5.1, 7.1. Like how many channels did we used to have? Like 8 channels. Dolby Surround has really gone has really changed since the past. Holy shit. By the way, you know that if you have an audio setup of this kind, you know that some of these speakers are going up your ass. There's just no way, right? Like, how many channels are you gonna have around you? Some have to go up your ass. There's just no way around it. Okay, so audio is not doing super hot. We are getting garbage. But also, why are we not getting any kind of error? We're just getting garbage. That is insane. So, block buffer. Get audio format. Get audio data. Process each buffers. Buffer M data, cast to audio data, number of frames. Channels, buffer.m number of channels. Hey, Blur Black, hey man, you're coming in clutch. Holy shit, that is awesome. Thank you. Is it the percentage U? You think that it's not U? U is unsigned integer, right? Are you saying the number, but number channels cannot be signed? What does signed even mean? No, it's U in 32. By the way, having support for go to definition is so fucking good. Mwah. I love it. Um, num frames is size of float times number of channels. Yeah, but this is garbage. The problem is that this is garbage. The problem, unfortunately, is that we are already here. It's already garbage. Which I'm guessing might have to do with this. This is the one that has suspicious settings, doesn't it? KCM sample buffer flag audio buffer list assure 16 byte alignment. Get the audio data. Audio stream basic description ASBD. Can we print some of this stuff? Bytes per packet, frames per packet, bytes per frame, channels per frame, bits per channel reserved. Wait, where do we even use ABSD? So we're using audio buffer, format description ref. How many audio format descriptions are we gonna get? Like, what the heck? Opaque. Oh, I guess. Okay, you start from the audio buffer. Then you use block buffering here. Then why do we have this? This is not used anywhere. I think the AI farted somewhere in between. Like, what are these nulls? Sample buffer, which for us is audio buffer. Okay, sample buffer ref. Size T, buffer size needed out. Nullable. Hey, Buffy Derb. Thank you for the work. Zig is really promising and keeps me sane after working days. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Holy shit. You're absolutely welcome. And hopefully Awebo is gonna keep you sane after when you, I don't know, you want to chat with people. And it's not gonna ask you for nitro or quests or loot boxes or the fucking free month of Xbox Live, um, which nobody cares about. Audio buffer list out, nullable, buffer list size. Size of audio buffer list. Size of? This weirds me out. We're passing now a pointer to a thing and the size of that thing, but that thing is typed. Oh there's documentation all the way to the right. Okay, sample being accessed. Then receives the size of the audio buffer required to accommodate the data. Maybe null. Receives the size of the audio buffer list required to accommodate the data. Then buffer list out. Allocated by the caller, size as specified by buffer list size need out, which is the previous argument, not the next argument. It is filled with pointers into the retained block buffer out may be null. So I think they were fucking around these two things, maybe. But also this is not allocated. We're supposed to allocate this. You see, this says allocated by the caller. I think the AI is fucking around a little bit too much. I think we're turbo fucking up this call here. So do we just malloc a audio buffer list? But does this type have anything for us? Do we know how to make one? There's C. Oh no, there's C++ in here that we don't care. Maybe let's see if we tell the AI that it's fucking up. Get raw PCM audio data. Wait, now it's suggesting a different thing. Process audio buffer. Sample get data buffer. Maybe we don't need all that stuff. It is very like cyclic, huh? The way this AI generates this code, it's like very crappy. Holy shit. Okay, no. So let's see. Wait, is this real or did I? Oh, it is real. Okay, so we get the buffer ref, blah blah blah, length at offset, total length, data pointer, sim block buffer get data pointer, I guess. Else, I don't know. Beta style should not be used as parameter to incompatible type. No. Add an explicit. Oh fuck! It's not telling me. No site. Where's okay? I can add an explicit cast to int. Oh, maybe we can just print ABSD. ASBD. Okay, let's see how this goes. Yeah, thank you for finally subscribing, man. You've been watching this content and getting huge amusement out of it for ages now, and you never never gave back. This is oh shit, the application crashed again. Never mind. We got AI'd again. God damn it. We got a seg fault while trying to print the ASBD. So our ASBD is garbage, it seems. um huh. We are pooping ourselves hard while trying to print ASBD. And we got a segfault at a weird address. So this address is very high. So we're essentially reading poo poo. Although it is well aligned, but could be a coincidence. So it seems that we're reading poo poo. Why are we reading poo poo? Why does the AI keeps giving me poo poo to read? Okay, get data pointer. Get data pointer. The buffer. Block buffer ref non null. Yes. The pointer. Size t offset 0. Or does it have get data pointer? Or it has documentation above. Gains access to data represented by a CM block buffer. Gains access to data represented by a CM block buffer. A pointer into a memory block is returned, which corresponds to the offset within a CM block buffer. The number of bytes addressable at the pointer can also be returned. The buffer to operate none must not be null. Offset within the buffer's offset range. Length at offset out on return contains the amount of data available at the specified offset may be null. On return contains the block's buffer total data length from offset 0 may be null. The caller can compare offset plus length at offset with total length to determine whether the entire block has been referenced or whether it is possible to access data with a contiguous reference. On return contains a pointer to the data by specified offset. Returns no error if data was accessible at the specified offset within the given CM block buffer, or false otherwise. Um, so the buffer offset 0, length at offset, total length, data pointer. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. Then we're trying to get the ABSD from format. Maybe this is bad. Also, wait, we're getting fucked again. What is this stuff? We're doing this, and then we're not using any of this information. Although, no, wait, we would be using it here. Okay. We would be using it here. That is fair. That is fine. Okay, what if we print only the sample rate? You? Okay, what the fuck is this thing? Float 64. D? F? What do you use? F. Okay, we don't crash. I think we were just trying to print something. We're just trying to print something that we shouldn't have. Okay. So this works. The previous code, though, was doing more stuff and it was releasing resources. This code doesn't seem to be releasing shit. Let's take a look at the code above. Get data buffer. Get form description. So this part was essentially the same. Then we went into this, which I think we didn't do correctly at all. And then we did CF release. We call CF release on audio buffer. Should we? Well, I guess we can put it there, and then if it doesn't explode, we should be fine. There is a chance. Also, we're releasing the block buffer. Um, is there a... There is not a defer in Objective-C, right? There's no way I can do this, right? That would be nice. We cannot do nice in Objective-C, I guess. I think I'm making it crash now because I added the extra release. So you were right. The release was happening automatically. That's my guess. Let me try with the browser, which does make noise. Yeah, that also crashes. Okay, so that release was not necessary, or rather, it was problematic even. Okay, no release. Okay. So with this, we should have also audio stubbed. Hello. Because I'm not using Core Audio, I'm using the screen share facilities. So you use Core Audio to set up an audio stream in your application so that you can play audio back and capture the microphone. And that part was already implemented, although not directly through port audio, which Andrew removed. So now it's completely regressed. And I'm not touching it. What I am doing is I'm setting up audio capture from the screen share. So here, when you do a screen share, we say that we do capture the audio. We want this sample rate. We want this channel count. We want to exclude audio from Awebo itself. If you are capturing a window, this will automatically capture audio from that process. And if you're capturing the desktop, it will capture all audio except Awebo. And then after this config, I added these config lines. After this, now we can do add stream output for audio. And that causes us to now have this thing to happen. Like we now can get video, we can get video frames, or we can get also audio frames. And yeah, this is the handling code. So actually, to be precise, Core Audio for this use case is not involved at all, because we don't want to play back the audio being captured. So now we just want to compress this and send it over the wire. So long story short, this is all still part of screen capture kit, which requires Objective-C. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. You know, we can compile Objective-C, so I mean it looks weird, but whatever. Hopefully I'm not leaking too much memory with it. We're gonna need at some point to diagnose if the lifecycle management of these things is done correctly. The problem is that there's so many implicit things, like there's so many things that you just don't see in the code. You have to guess. Some things you have to call manually, retain, release. So for some things you use casting with bridge keywords. Um like why does this work this way? I have no fucking clue. Why does wait a second, did we ever implement the init for this guy? I think we never implemented the init for this guy. I don't think you need any of this. You might be right, but then why? Well, no, wait. I do need some though, right? How does it know if it's doing automatic reference counting? How does it know that I'm sending this stuff to a C function? Maybe I don't need this. But what about this one, for example? Well, I mean, so far this has not been a problem, it seems, but I don't know. Hmm. Anyway, um, let's take a look at some end-to-end encryption stuff, and then I'm gonna get this into a committable state. So there is this thread on Lobsters, and I think also on Hacker News. Is end-to-end encryption optional for large groups? Who's saying no? Well, so let's see. One of the recent topics when it comes to messaging apps is whether it makes sense to prioritize end-to-end encryption when searching for an alternative to Discord. On Discord alternatives. Oh. Which apps are good for privacy? Signal isn't perfect. But there is one thing that I have to say. One thing that I really don't like is when security people only think about fucking security. That's all they can think about. Man, there's so much more than just this. Like, sure, you might care. Is there a section about I don't give a fuck about this. Please give me something that is good? No. They only think about one thing. They only think about one thing all the time. And that is bad. That is bad for your health. And it's bad because it makes you overfit. Like it makes you overestimate the importance of this, which is important, sure, but it cannot be the only thing that you think about. WhatsApp is owned by Meta, so I won't even look at it. Matrix knowingly shipped vulnerable cryptography for many years and then admitted the fact only after I disclosed vulnerabilities inside cryptographically code. It's also unfucking usable. Like even before this, it's unusable. XMPP, it's plain text by default. Session forked Signal and removed forward secrecy. They recently announced plans to undo this mistake. Time will tell if they fucked that up too. Telegram sucks, and the less furries use Telegram, the better. I mean, that I guess if you're a furry, then you care about other furries. I'm not a furry, so I don't know, but I was hoping for the blog post also to be less focused on furries, but fine, fine. What is the stuff? It's time for furries to stop using Telegram. Why? Their cryptography being legendarily bad. Why Signal is better for furries? Why Signal? Second Signal account. Tell your friends. Addendum. Okay. Signal is imperfect. Make a wiki for docs. Age verification. Age verification without privacy food guns. No recommendations. But what about tomorrow? We need to build the world's next Discord alternative. This is considerable engineering effort. Eh. But thankfully, I've been working on laying the groundwork for this kind of endeavor since 2022. Software assurance and that warm and fuzzy feeling. Announcing key transparency for the Fediverse. Key transparency and right to be forgotten. Um, unfortunately, I don't understand exactly how this is laying the groundwork, but let's see. But before any code is written, non-technical people need to organize their efforts in fighting these stupid age verification laws in every jurisdiction they can, including ones that have already passed these ill-advised laws. If you don't do this, you shouldn't expect a post Discord app to materialize either. Why? Um, I mean, Awebo doesn't need to have age verification because it's a self-hostable thing. So age verification becomes at some point the if it ever becomes, it becomes the burden of whoever is running a big enough public instance, right? So in our case, I mean, maybe you could argue we shouldn't leave community owners completely on their own. We should provide them with infrastructure to make this happen if they are required to do that. Fair. But now with the way Discord works now, even if you want to join a tiny Discord server with 5 of your friends, you still need to verify your account if, I don't know, somehow Discord decides that you're sharing um, stuff that is not okay for kids. They can block the protocol. No, they can't. They can't block the protocol because this is all behind TLS. So the network cannot observe the protocol. That's not how this stuff works in practice. Like in practice, the age verification stuff in Discord exists because in some countries because they are saying that Discord has to do this, as in discord.com. Awebo doesn't have one giant instance, one giant global instance. This Discord is essentially one giant instance, but Awebo doesn't have that. So, and it's TLS, so you cannot. Well, it will be TLS today. Today you can observe everything, but in the future it will be TLS, and you're not going to be able to observe anything. So, the only thing that they can do, and the only thing that does make sense is that if somebody makes furries awebo.org and they have furry smut in there, then maybe a government that notices will say, hey, you're sharing furry smut, where's your age verification? And or you know what, they might say that regardless of what you're doing on the platform, but it has to be an instance, like a big public instance. Let me rephrase this in a way maybe that is more familiar. um the government is not going to ask TeamSpeak to introduce age verification, because TeamSpeak is just a server that you can self-host. If there is one giant instance TeamSpeak server out there with a bajillion people in it, then maybe the government could say, if you have a community that has more than that many people in it, which is publicly accessible, then you need to do age verification. In any case, technology-minded folks can then focus their efforts on building what's needed for folks to remain private online. Again, this is just a very particular perspective, right? I get it. I guess that's what this person meant when they said the Telegram is not for furries and something for furries. They want online privacy, but I don't care about online privacy as much. I mean, with Awebo, I don't think that Awebo should be a tool for online privacy. Awebo should be a tool for, I don't know, just getting to talk with people that you know, mainly. If anything, with Awebo so far, the one cryptographically relevant thing that I was talking about, um, TLS can be inspected if they have access to root. You mean to root as in they can log into my machine, like into the machine that runs the Awebo server? Yes. If they have admin on the machine that runs the Awebo server, yes. No, as root CA, they can't. No. Um, as far as I'm aware, certificate authorities, they all sign each other's certificates to say basically that this is a good certificate. This is a certificate that you can trust. I agree. I, as the certificate authority, I agree that this is the certificate that belongs to, Firefox.org. But the certificate authority is not capable of using their own certificates, their own keys, to generate messages as if they were Firefox.org. They can't. Let's see. Tor has easier for them to infiltrate and inspect packets. Yeah, but I think in practice, this regulation stuff, it doesn't play out that way, right? That's why they used to block protocols in Russia, for example. Just regular VPN no longer works because it's too obvious of a protocol. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that part does make sense. But the age verification stuff is not this. I think the age verification stuff is more like relaxed. I think the worst case, the like, for example, if Discord were to refuse to introduce age verification, they're just gonna block discord.com at the DNS level. Maybe they will block the IPs, but that's it. They're not gonna do like they're not gonna try to figure out that is the protocol. This is the project. This is the project of the static site generator. Zine is just my static site generator. Sorry, this is the project. This is the open source Discord alternative. Keep in mind, it's very early days. You're not gonna be able to do much with it. Look, I can show you what I was able to achieve um, up to this point. Watch and be amazed. I press share. I can see screen share options. I select the browser. And here there's a preview of screen capturing. Maybe this becomes more interesting if I play the bird video. And we have screen capturing with wrong colors, but we do have screen capturing. Um, and so the next step will be to compress this video and send it over the network, which is not implemented yet. So, so we're very far from being able to use this for real. Yeah, we're working on it. Is it cross-platform? Does capturing work on Wayland? It is it is cross-platform. Yes. Does screen capturing work on Wayland? No. Screen capturing I have just implemented now for macOS. For Linux, it will need a separate backend implementation. We are definitely going to do it. We are definitely also going to support Wayland, but it has not happened yet. We're also going to do Windows. Yeah, I did fix the refresh. It now refreshes correctly. I knew how to do it. Well, I kind of knew how to do it. I just needed to copy the code from the UI. Like David already had this whole support for that set up. It's just that um I was not doing it in my code. So yeah, cross-platform will work on Wayland. Linux is going to be a first-class citizen. Don't worry, it's not going to be like Discord. I would say that all platforms are going to be on equal standing. The server is self-hostable, open source. The plan is this, and then I'll go back to reading the blog post. The plan is this: if you want to have just to give you an idea, if you want to have a 1080p stream in your Discord server, you need 7. All right, if you want your users in a Discord server to be able to do 1080p streaming, you need 7 boosts, which costs you $35 or 35 euros, more or less. The plan is a 10x cost reduction, meaning that you should be able to rent a €3.50 per month virtual private server and have that be good enough for hosting a, relatively small, a group of friends community on Awebo, where you also do 1080p 60 frames screen sharing whenever you want, and it should work out correctly. In particular, I'm referring to this Hetzner offering where they give you super crappy machines that cost you €3.49 or €2.99 if you can deal with IPv6 only. That's the idea. I'm happy to answer also any other question about the application while we read this stuff about the design, the goals, what is a goal, what is not a goal, etc. Okay, what were we're looking here? Okay, so Tor has onion services for core infrastructure hosting. Will it be direct peer-to-peer streaming via WebRTC? No, on both counts. There is a server. You will go through the server because it's just more stable. Peer-to-peer has all kinds of issues. It's doable. You can do it, and it can work well enough. But in my opinion, with a centralized server, well, centralized, but still self-hostable. I'm not talking about like just having like an official service like Discord. So going through a server makes things better. And as for the protocol, we're not doing WebRTC. We have our own protocol, which is simpler. And that for now is just UDP packets with a bit of metadata that made sense to have, and that's it. So no WebRTC. Also, peer-to-peer has the problem that if you want to have like 5 people watching, that's going to be 5 copies of your video stream that need to go out. That gets taxing on your connection at some point. So with a server that does the fan out, you can trust the server to have a better connection than you usually. And in any case, it doesn't burn your own bandwidth. Like imagine that you're playing a first-person shooter. You don't want to burn all your bandwidth uploading a bunch of copies of the same video, and then you start lagging. On Discord, video transcoding happens on the server. Do you have a reference for that fact? I don't believe that is true. I'm thinking price decrease could be pre-compressing on the client side. Yes, you do pre-compressing on the client side, and I'm fairly confident that compression encoding of video frames does happen on the client side also for Discord. It would be very weird for them to do it differently. So I would recommend you double check your knowledge. That being said, if you have an authoritative link and it turns out that I'm wrong, I would love to learn that is the case. So we don't have that yet, but yes, we do plan to do also video encoding. For now, I just have the local playback. What you were seeing there is the local playback. I don't have any of the network stuff for video. I have the network stuff implemented for audio, but the audio stuff is now broken, and there's Andrew. There's another person working on it. So once he's done with the audio stuff, then we can start. Well, once he's done with the audio stuff, we need to make sure that audio calls, so just audio, no video, we need to make sure that they work. Once they work, we can also add support for video. So let's see. Tor has onion services for core infrastructure hosting. An encrypted protocol at scale has to manage public keys. I've spent a large part of the last few years working on key transparency for the Fediverse. What is key transparency? Can somebody who understands these concepts well tell me what is key transparency? I'm guessing this is the same link as this one. Or if it's not the same link, it's... oh, wait, this is public key.directory? How do your users know which public key belongs to someone they want to communicate with? I want to do this. I want to do this with videos and music, maybe. Certainly videos. For YouTube, I would like to, but it's more complicated. For YouTube, you know what it is that you need? You need the one thing that we've been trying to avoid in the client. It's the one thing that everybody has in their client except us. Yeah, a browser. You need a browser for YouTube. It would probably be painful. I don't know. Well, I mean, to play a video, maybe it's not that bad. But either you have a browser in there, or like, what the fuck do you even do? So I would say I would be interested in YouTube support, but it's logistically complicated. And we would have to see how brittle it becomes. Videos, no problem whatsoever. Definitely something that we want to have. Okay, so how do your users know which public keys belong to someone they want to communicate with? Many attempts to solve this problem. SSH by default asks the user to manually verify a fingerprint. TLS uses certificate authorities. PGP, oh god, the web of trust. That was complicated and brittle. Oh man. Any system that attempts to solve this problem at scale is called a public key infrastructure. Neither of the above approaches are a good fit for the Fediverse. However, there is a reasonable precedent. To keep the certificate authorities honest, cryptographers and engineers have invented certificate transparency built on an append-only data structure called a Merkle tree. Okay, I get it. So this is like third-party verification of certificate authorities, essentially. So you have a certificate authority, and you have systems that check if the certificate authority is lying. CA is on blockchain. Okay. I now understand what a transparency log is and what is key transparency now, I think. Huh. Okay. MLS. We can build it, we have the technology. The only question is this problem important enough to get solved? I cannot answer this question for you. If you want a real Discord alternative that respects your privacy and doesn't leak your government ID, it doesn't exist today, but that doesn't mean it can be built. I get it. I guess they have a need for, they want anonymity. I don't care about anonymity. Awebo actually has the opposite problem. Awebo has the problem of, I want to guarantee that this is me. Well, I mean, I guess, wait, I guess it's not exactly the opposite problem, because you can guarantee that the message was generated by the holder of a given key. Then whether you know who these people is as a real life person, or whether you just know their persona identity, then that doesn't matter. So never mind. We do have some overlap with the Weibo, but I don't know, the I don't care about anonymity as much. Okay, so we're going back to the thing. Who's saying no? I'm going to quote this person, because it explains my opposition position better than anyone else. So, do you want an open source Discord replacement? Things you don't need. Can we see the post? Things you don't need. Federation distributed systems. True. Multi-party end-to-end encryption. True. An entirely new operating system. Well, okay. Things you do need. A user interface that is normal. Fair. The ability to use languages other than English and writing systems other than Latin. Um, that is good to have. That is good not to be sloppy about it, for sure. Do you do need it? I don't think you do need it. I don't think this is in the need camp. I would say the user interface is much more in the need camp than this, but it's fair. It's fair. Not everybody writes the same alphabet, and the thing shouldn't poop itself if you try. Absolutely fair. Higher standards of user experience than how IRC works in the real world. Fair. Any fucking clue how Discord works and why people use it? Okay. I have muted replies to this post due to the usual reasons. Okay. I mean, that's fair. Windows Live Messenger sounds and emoticons. Wait, do we still have those? Escargot is a new service that makes old versions of MSN Messenger and Windows Live Messenger work again. What? Sorry, YouTube people, you're not gonna be able to hear this, but I don't want to get my video, my stream canceled because I have copyrighted sounds. These sounds suck. Oh, these sounds are so bad. The nudge. Oh my god. Why is the mobile message the phone ringing? Why? Do. Yeah, it was definitely a simpler time. Holy shit. Wow. That's the one. The one. Oh man, that is the one. With a bum also in the middle. What? When were you supposed to hear these weird songs? Mac version. Ah! What a nightmare. What a nightmare. Holy shit. Teams one is worse. Let me tell you, no, it is not worse. The problem is that you have an even worse user experience with Teams, and you're being asked to do dumb shit by dumb colleagues whenever this rings. So it's. I'm not saying that the song is good. What I'm saying is that this has even more negative feelings connected to it than any of the other sounds that we heard before. Um, I think we need this. Is there a slightly less fried version of that sounds? Dracula sings What's Up remix. Okay. Ah man. Okay. Let's um let's go back to our normal music. Stream stopped. Stream was stopped by the system. Interesting. So we had the stream going, but then it stopped. Huh. And we don't exactly know why, but I guess it's fine. Okay. So here's what I am going to do now. I'm gonna refill my teacup, and then we actually do the work. Oh wait, we were reading. Wait. Before going down this path, we were reading this blog post. Okay, no, we need to finish reading this blog post. Or at least make some more progress, and then we do some more coding. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I think I'm gonna do a lunch break soon. So let's read some more, and then I'm gonna do the lunch break, and then we do the work. I promise I'm gonna do the work at some point. Hello, and hello, everybody. So, what were we saying? Let's see. Age verification and requirements and centralization go hand in hand. Right. Okay. So, let's see. Then she followed up with a second post. So, the first one was the one why you don't things that you don't need to make a Discord alternative. Then the second post was when I said that your Discord clone doesn't need end-to-end encryption. I got a lot of comments along the lines of, "Then how would I use it to organize the revolution?" The answer is you don't. If you have more than users, then can comfortably share a signal chat and hence want to use Discord or something like it, you cannot possibly be vetting all of them to a high standard of trust. What are these people doing? What are the furries up to? I don't get it. What are the furries up to? Oh man. Your logs are leaking. End-to-end encryption between more people than can fit around the dinner table is pointless. This article confirms what I already assumed, that open source information sense, not code sense. Open source intelligence gathering on social media includes, for the US government, asking for links to join to groups that may feel private. My own Discord has literally like 1,000 idlers. It would be very lucky if none of them were logging for potentially nefarious purposes, and I remind the active users of this occasionally. You know what's funny? I never organized the revolution myself, but I have been telling these people also in my Discord in the past that they think that a Discord server is private, but it's not really private. You have a bunch of people in there who will screenshot, who will share with other people, who will maybe not do that at the moment that you write something, but they will at some point in the future go and use the search function to see what it is that you said 10 years before, and if necessary, use that against you. Let's see. Mass monitoring allows officers at agencies like ICE and Border Patrol to use alias accounts to passively observe public online activity. Crucially, this level of monitoring bars DHS representatives. DHS? What store brand is that? Department of Homeland Security? Is that it? For interacting with other users directly. Oh, so they're saying that DHS people can join servers and lurk, but they can't chat with other people legally. Under mass monitoring, officers are not allowed to ask an admin for entry into a private good group or to friend a target to see known public posts. Are these people fucking vampires? They're not allowed, like, they cannot ask you to get in. You have to let them in somehow yourself. Semi-vampires. I guess vampires can ask. You have to explicitly agree. They can't ask either. I also don't think Rat Snake Game says, I also don't think that organizing revolutions is the majority use case for Discord. No, but this is Mastodon, so no one's sure what other social activities exist. Okay. Her overall argument is a simple one to understand and is congruent with the one I made in my previous post. You cannot hope to replace Discord for the overwhelming majority of its users if you don't even know what Discord is for them. The user experience is more important to adoption than federation or even encryption. Yes, agreed. And federation and encryption both erode the user experience. So you like they're like, this is the thing that people don't understand. Both encryption, end-to-end encryption, not TLS, end-to-end encryption and federation both fuck up your user experience. So either you get a big bang for your buck, either you get something in return from the extra effort that everybody has to put in for this shit, both in terms of implementation and in terms of usage, or otherwise it's just a cost for nothing in return. You don't need to build infrastructure for planning the revolution to replace Discord. While everything this person said is true, we need to stop and ask, why is Discord even pushing for age verification to begin with? Why are they pushing for age verification? Is Discord pushing for it? I don't think Discord is pushing for it. Discord is being pressured to do it. Discord as a company probably doesn't want to do shit that has any chance of hurting what they're doing. So they're being pressured because, I don't know, the Epstein files? I don't know. But they wouldn't do it otherwise. It's like how cops knock on a door, then step to the side so people who look out don't see anyone, open the door in confusion, and the cops charge in. Yeah. Teamfall had stuff about why they're doing it. Let's see, you could point at the anti-porn lobbies strategies that have been at play for years. Why is there a link to this? Is there another blog post by the same author? Against the censorship of adult content by payment processors. Right. Ties to Palantir, etc. Okay. But, I mean, the new CEO might have his own perspective on this stuff. I doubt that the CEO's perspective on this stuff by itself is enough to want to do this. I think it's external pressure of some kind somewhere, which might be the ties to Palantir. Even without ties, right? These companies do get pressure to do shit all the time. Discord isn't pushing for this because they want to. Yeah, they're pushing for this because they're a centralized platform used by millions of people. Yes, not only do Christian extremist group look for these single points of failure in their lobbying efforts, true. Many communities and states have pushed for laws requiring platforms to verify age for users. Also the UK, etc. Yeah, I guess my point is that you don't even need to get outlandish with it. It's like this wouldn't be, this is not the first time, not going to be the last time that this kind of stuff captures the interest of politicians and they go for the who will save the children approach. Cryptographers know how to satisfy these requirements without sacrificing user privacy, but often these laws do not allow such measures. Age verification doesn't need to be a privacy food gun. How do you do privacy age verification without the other part? Let's see. Age verification makes the internet less secure, protecting user privacy, clueless about zero knowledge proofs. Okay. Privacy preserving age verification. Also, porn addiction isn't a real thing. So, I have to say one thing. Maybe you shouldn't trust your local town's priest when he tells you that porn immediately leads to addiction and it's bad for you. He has a vested interest in regulating what you do with your hands. But I will say, you shouldn't trust the poor either to tell you that porn addiction is not a real thing, because they also have a vested interest in what you're doing with your pose. So I would say I wouldn't trust neither side of the argument on whether porn causes addiction or not. Oh man. I think the big problem with this online privacy stuff is that it comes from a CryptoPunk libertarian perspective. They think the government is shitty, incompetent, and out to get them. That might be true, but the solution for that is not technology, but politics. Well, I think more specifically, also, and I'm not saying this as a joke. I'm saying this based on reading these blog posts. Their vested interest is like the reason why they do this is because they don't want to leak the fact that they're 40s. So They have this very concrete interest. So not just CryptoPunk, it's just they want to protect this for real. German e-passport supports zero knowledge verification in theory. Mm-hmm. Okay. Age verification requirements and centralization go hand in hand. Okay, end-to-end should be ubiquitous. I don't think so. But I so don't think so. Why? Secure end-to-end encryption needs to become table stakes for communication software. Disagree. Super hard disagree. In an age where user data is sold to the advertising industry and large language models are trained on user posts, the less data the service operators can slurp up, the better. I think this is fair. Is this all reading for research of end-to-end encryption in Awebo? Kinda. It's like, it's not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily call it research, but, since we're now going to have to make decisions in this space, might as well read what other people think. It's just like the same as, I do read blog posts about what people think of Zig and what people think of other programming languages. And whenever they make like comparisons between Zig and other languages, I take a look, but not necessarily because that is research for me. It's just, once you start dealing with this stuff, then you're curious to see what other people think. So here I'm basically curious to see what other people think about this stuff. So for example, this is not a bad argument. I agree that people might have a reasonable interest in wanting to not have their data slurpable by random corporations. But this is this whole idea is inherently at odds with participating in public spaces. If you want to participate in a public space, then among that public, there should potentially be somebody who goes and, then gives that information to AI companies, whether you like it or not. It's like, I want to do open source, but then I don't want big companies to use my open source software and make money off of it. And it's like, then you're not exactly doing open source. Like you're, or I would like for people that I hate, the people that I disagree strongly politically, I would like for them to not be able to use my software. What are you talking about? The moment that you put your software, you can try to get clever with your license, but the moment that you put your source code out there, you should assume, like, the point of open source is so that also the people that you despise the most on the planet will be able to use your software if they want to. That's what open source is. That's what you need to accept. If you don't like this, don't do open source. Do closed source. So if you want to join a chat application, like if you want to join a chat room, then expecting those conversations to be fully private doesn't make any sense. I get this point, but it's just so inherently at odds with what you're trying to do. Just like I get when people say, I made software, but I would like for my software to not be put on some fucking rocket that goes and kills a bunch of kids. Reasonable request, but that is inherently incompatible with what open source is. So don't plan your crimes in a chat room full of 300 people. Should be common sense whether or not the chat room uses encryption properly. Sorry, I jumped. But additionally, we need to make sure its existence is so mundane that no one becomes overconfident about their use of encryption. That sentence I do not understand. We need to make the existence of end-to-end encryption so mundane that no one becomes overconfident about their use of encryption. So it should be everywhere and functioning so well that you can always correctly assume that the space that you're in has end-to-end encryption on. End-to-end should be better than today. If your understanding of end-to-end is informed by using Matrix or XMPP plus OMemo, you might think it's bonkers. I do think it's bonkers. I have experience with Matrix. Do I have end-to-end encryption experience with anything else? I have end-to-end encryption experience with WhatsApp. And I hate the fact that WhatsApp cannot synchronize chat history trivially on other clients. Signal. Signal is the one that keeps asking you to remember your password, right? Yeah. I would say the Signal is fine in terms of user experience. I have yet to really find a situation where it's doing something that I really hate. Telegram partially, yes, but I almost never use it. And I think I only opened an end-to-end encrypted chat once to try it out with a friend. And then we said, ah, cool, deleted. And then we never used it again. Um, but maybe I should use it more. Yes. For public chat rooms, TLS is definitely enough. For private chat rooms, TLS should be enough, assuming the host for your chat room is trusted. Yeah, in the case of Awebo, we do not trust server admins, but also we don't have DMs for now. So we only have public chat rooms, and I mean, so I disagree with these points. Let's see. In order to make end-to-end ubiquitous, developers need to step up their game and make end-to-end better. Can end-to-end scale to thousands of users? Yes, explore this in my proposal for encrypted messaging for Blue Sky. Why would you do encrypted messaging for Blue Sky? Wait, I hope this has to do with DMs, right? Private airspaces for Blue Sky. Why are people like this, man? I don't get it. A server with 1 million users should only require about 21 key encapsulations per group operation. Bro, if you have a server with 1 million users, you're guaranteed that there's the fucking feds in it. And why are you end-to-end encrypting then at that point? I don't get it. Anyway, okay, give me a sec. I'm gonna go do a lunch break, and then we're gonna. I have another blog post to read. That I think it's well. First, there are some comments that seem to be counter arguments, but then I also have another blog post to read that might make sense. Which I don't know. We'll take a look, and then we have to this work to publish. So I'll be right back. I'm back. That was good. Just simple segments, nothing crazy. Let's see. What were we saying? We were saying, right. We wanted to read the comments. Let's see. Sorry, I cannot take a blog post claiming widespread large group end to end is doable seriously when it goes on to offer, look, computation for large groups is solved. As the only evidence that in the next paragraph goes message history, question mark, just do it, nobody's stopping you. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. That is a quote, so anyway. This is reducing the matrix UX disaster to a single issue when it's not. Okay. End-to-end is great for privacy and instance operators and all that. We know that. Nobody's arguing otherwise. The problem is nobody has built end-to-end that solve those things without creating worse problems and a degraded user experience that is incompatible with what people expect from non-end-to-end systems. Yes. Agree. All that aside, end-to-end solves government overreach is roughly the same kind of argument as cryptocurrency solves payment process or censorship. I think this comes from a fundamental misunderstanding about how the world works. You don't solve governments doing bad things with technology. Agreed. It doesn't necessarily have to be bad things. It's just that the government's trying to do things that you disagree with. That you might rightfully be thinking that are worse, but the government is not necessarily going to do. I mean, sometimes it might be. But even when it's not, the point is, you should be interacting with the government and society, even when it's not doing bad things, even when it's just doing things that you disagree with, because you should be part of society and thus part of the government to some degree. And thus, you should have it your own way. Even if your own way is, even if you're sorting out an issue that is not, good versus bad. And the fact is that when you don't do this, then you end up thinking that everything is good versus bad, and you're the one doing good, but then nobody wants to do good. Everybody wants to do bad. And then you type in your super secret end-to-end encrypted chat where there's nobody in it that how the world is bad, while you should have just been more part of society. That never works. You can resist those bad things, and you need the tools to be available for that. That's what Signal is for. There seems to be the utopian belief that if we could make those technologies ubiquitous, government would just go, Japanese term, governments would just go fuck themselves. Wait, what is shogunai? Would go shogunai. It can be helped. Okay. Hello, Diablo. And leave us alone. That is incredibly naive. Governments never just give up. But not only that, if man, this whole I have to say, even this counter argument I disagree with, because you don't get to be outside society and bitch about what society is doing. I use end-to-end, I use Matrix, even when I even have my own home server. I use Signal. Those are not bad things. They're useful things, but we need to stop pretending that like average user is going to accept the trade-offs that come with them for the sake of end-to-end privacy, whatever. Yes. Did anyone end up responding? No, not yet. I can tell you that is going to be a discussion that we're going to have. That we're going to have a few weeks from now, probably. Because Andrew needs to make more progress on the audio stuff before FFmpeg becomes more relevant, and then there's the and then we need to progress a little bit more with video capture and see what libOBS offers. By the way, on macOS, I've implemented pretty much everything that is needed for screen share, and it works very nicely. Like the macOS API is actually chill. So Mac is good without dependencies. I'm sure Linux and Windows are going to be a different story. And to be fair, it might be worth linking to LibOBS on Windows and maybe not other platforms. Like we use LibOBS for Windows. Um, but that being said, if you pull in more stuff, then you might as well leverage all of it. So we'll see. We'll see. Um, yes, this is Lena, I believe. Wait, wasn't this? Is this a new name? Wasn't it Azahi Lena in the past? Surname change? In any case, um, I want either not all the time. That's also why I use Discord, Telegram, etc. And I know people I talk to on these platforms that would never put up with requirements of an end-to-end system. Yes, a Discord alternative does not currently exist, and if you prioritize end-to-end, um, if you haven't managed to get there at all, you will also get far behind any non-end-to-end alternative will already have taken over and won. I rather focus on that alternative, having some level of decentralization, federated identity with transparent multi-instance clients is my bet for the way to go. And these are tried and proven approaches. Spend time pursuing end-to-end utopia that might not even be possible or practical or compatible with the experience you need to build to replace Discord. Mm-hmm. Discord is pushing for age verification because we have recently discovered, in the scientific sense, parents discovered this decades earlier, how harmful online communities can be for children, and that we need a way to stop that right now. EU is trying to do that at least, but like democracies often quite slowly. China has done it before. And of course, there's the secondary thing that we have also discovered, perhaps not in the scientific sense, how harmful online communities can be for social harmony. A lot of that can be solved by requiring humans to prove they are humans. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I don't think these comments are particularly interesting. I think at this point, let's see. Let's see this one. End to end for large groups and federations is difficult. It's good. It's good everybody, including operators, do not have access to the private data. That's a very simple and cheap way to greatly improve the typical current situation. Store as little data as you can. Limit how much backlog and connection logs you keep around. Not more than a week or two. It takes minutes to set up, and everybody understands it. I don't understand this. I get it, but I also don't. Because this is all advice that makes sense if you're running, that one giant instance of a service that has private conversations in it. But there is a obvious significantly better solution, which is for private stuff, you have a bajillion tiny minuscule instances everywhere. And then if the government wants to get information about what somebody was been doing in one of them, it's like they have to play whack-a-mole. Like you have like there is a lot of value in being tiny. Instead, these people always think about these giant systems and then they say, oh yeah, we run a giant system, but we don't keep logs. Whatever. Windows 10, as of a certain build, has an API for Windows Capture, for window capture that actually works. OBS, use it when available. Usually doesn't need any sort of per game hacks. Mm-hmm. I think that in our case, it would be fine to um, only support that. If that is the case, and I remember vaguely that at some point there was a new window capture system. I think that it would be fine for us to only support that one, because in any case we will be dropping support of older versions of Windows as soon as they become non-supported anymore. And I mean, Windows 10 itself as a whole is not supported anymore. So Let's see. Sure, it doesn't protect against against server compromise, but basic crypto does. In the pursuit of perfect solutions, we lost some of the effective ones. Ratchets are great, but they come with trade-offs, and now I'm thinking that maybe they're not currently worth it in some situations, e.g. distributed systems. With the police, the most typical situation is to ask operators for data. It turns out that I don't have anything matching your request is a perfectly normal answer. It's even the one the police gets most of the time. Detective wouldn't even be a job title if every people they ask for information had something to provide. And if some people want to harass you as a server operator, they'll find something. They'll say that they believe you have end-to-end decryption keys, or that you should have, or that you're in a group chat anyway, or that your car is parked wrong and your dog is barking all night. Don't try to outwit the arbitrary. It just doesn't work. The only place where smart cryptography beats temporary detention is in your shower dreams. You have just alienated the majority of the Discord user base. Limit how much backlog and connection logs you keep around for more than a week or two. For what it's worth, I have a total of 1 contact on Signal. I message with any frequency where we have disappearing messages turned on as a baseline. The vast majority of people do not want their chat history to just disappear. They want it to be searchable, sync across multiple devices. Yeah, hell yes. And not require downloading the totality of it to a mobile device for search to work. Agreed. In any case, this seems to be the thing. Let's see the last blog post that I have, and then we can do some work. No, I'm not a cryptographer, but I have a lot of experience in community management, moderation, and have been managing a large Discord for years now. Don't trust my takes on crypto. Do trust my takes on people. This is Amy. I've built a JVM. Holy shit. Run my own home lab and mess around with electronics on occasion. Cool. In the near future, I intend to explore embedded hardware and RF with some home assistant integrated sensors. Stay tuned for posts about that. Okay, cool. So I've seen quite a few posts, blogs, and videos contemplating what a Discord replacement would look like. And many propose the idea that they should be end-to-end encrypted and that it is not negotiable. Here's why I think that idea falls flat. It's just not easy to build end-to-end at scale. I'm not even going to go into the cryptographic details about how you would achieve such a system because I'm unqualified. I'll ask just one question. If it were so easy, why isn't it already a thing? Signal is the only serious piece of software to actually do this well and be approved by cryptographers. I agree that encrypting things where it's not strictly necessary is fine. HTTPS, for example, is now near ubiquitous thanks to the efforts like Let's Encrypt, but this kind of logic cannot be applied when there are serious development implications to add end-to-end. Yes. To this end, I will use 2 anecdotes from 2 people I know who work on Stowed. Oh, we're getting some Stowed info. The most mature Discord alternative. Here's a few things that are actually struggling with. Getting their applications published, finding developers to work on those applications, platform moderation, spam mitigation, scaling up to handle migrations from Discord. Worrying about end-to-end is not even near the list here. Let's now have a look at their work tracker, which is publicly available. Sorting by priority, here's what they plan on fixing right now at the time of writing. Changing out Redis for RabbitMQ for queuing. Oh, so that's why they have both. They are trying to get rid of Redis and replace it with RabbitMQ. I'll say one thing, though. I'll just say one thing. I suspect this is false, by the way. This is false. They are not changing out Redis for RabbitMQ because they don't have Redis. They have a container named Redis and they run fucking KeyDB in it. KeysDB is ass. So I can see them wanting to switch away from KeysDB. That for sure. Now, the problems that they're having, like the reason why they might want to move to RabbitMQ might be issues that are also shared by normal Redis. But KeysDB is hot, pure, the hottest form of garbage. Bugs in the event processing pipeline, administration tooling, bugs relating to users blocking each other. Oh, this is another interesting one. I don't know if I want to have... I don't like the idea of having user blocking support in Awebo. It might be something that we end up implementing no matter what, because, well, people seem to want to use this. But to me, it's always weird as fuck when people exist in the same space and they block one another. It's weird antisocial behavior. I get that you might have issues with a particular person. Solving it by blocking each other, weird. Absolutely weird. It's not antisocial. I simply wouldn't be friends with them in real life. You can make a choice when you're in a group of 1,000 people. Sure, but you can... you can do the same without blocking them. I mean, you can just not reply to them. But I guess the problem is that whenever they write, you get irrationally angry, right? So you want the application to shield you from your own reactions. I don't know. It's weird. Like, you can, like, you're saying I wouldn't be friends with them in real life, but there's a lot of people that we interact with on a regularly in real life that we wouldn't be friends with, and somehow you cope without blocking them. Okay, that is so. And then we get to this point. They keep harassing you in the community, and the mods refuse to act. That is the type of resolution that would make sense to me. To me, the resolution should be either the moderations agree that the behavior is harassment and the other person gets banned, or gets told to not do it, leading to a ban, or the moderators conclude that no, whatever the other person is doing does not constitute harassment, you are in the wrong, and then you have the choice to either accept that behavior or you leave. I think that is the right way of solving it. They can harass you in the DMs too. Well, okay, that is not a problem for Awebo though. Yes, and then you force people to leave communities. Exactly. Yes. You force people to leave communities. I don't think so. I think it is a useful outcome, because then they can join those people can join communities that are more congenial to them, communities that they actually have a good time in. I mean, but by your own words, the way you frame this yourself, the people harassing you, I think you would also argue that should be pushed away from the community, right? So by construction of your own example, you're arguing for pushing away, from excluding from the community people that do harassment. The only difference between your argument and mine is that in my argument, I don't think that necessarily anything that one person considers harassment necessarily is. So it would need to be sorted out. But I do think that the end solution should be that if you have a disagreement of that magnitude, it should be maybe that either people agree to start working together, or at least one of them leaves. Let's see. Performance is obviously very important for real-time applications. Administrator tooling improves the quality of the platform, and bugs are universally bad, particularly when user safety is involved. Okay. You'll get scraped anyways. Yeah, even if some hypothetical platform does end-to-end, yeah, you will still get a random bot that starts scraping everything. In my concept of our Discord replacement, I've already thought about this extensively. It makes sense for moderators to see who has blocked who, as to make a more informed decision. Users that are frequently blocked should be banned purely on that. Hmm. The reason why I disagree on this is because I don't think this should be sorted out through blocking. So in my worldview, you don't have blocking as an option. And so the hard disagreements surface as discussion and active interactions between people. And then instead of looking passive information like this one, moderators can look at real world exchanges. That's the idea. So, I mean, I get it. I think what the word you're saying makes sense. I could see doing having a system like that. I just that I personally find blocking uh just weird. I can tell you that I think that having a community where you have these internal disagreements that never, like these internal, nodes that never get solved, those things do hurt a community. And you end up with a community that is more dysfunctional than it would be otherwise, because you have these things that became lingering, that stay lingering. I get it that flat out disagreement and like flame wars, like a flame when people start flaming, that is also bad in its own way and problematic. Agreed. Um, but if those events can lead to conclusive solutions, in my opinion, it's better than having a community where it turns out that actually there's a non-trivial amount of people that just entirely block each other. It's weird. All they're going to do is ignore each other anyways or start fighting. They could do the ignore each other anyways, maybe, yes. There's no way against that. But then, by the way, if you argue this, if you want to argue in favor of they will ignore each other anyways, then you're kind of arguing in favor of not having blocking as a feature. And as for the start fighting, that is something. Start fighting is something that you can resolve, because you end up banning at least one of the two. Yeah, to be fair, this is the kind of community that I'm thinking about. I mean, if you're talking about like big scale communities where people are in there, to get help, but they also fucking hate each other, and the community is like non-functional anyway, who cares? Let's see. Just amount of blocks per user, but it can be gamed. Is that what you wanted me to read? That's fine. If you want to only allow bans from mods, wait. If you have an issue with someone and think that they are violating community rules, how would you report it to mods without DMs? That, by the way, Andrew, that is a very interesting question. How would you report it to mods without DMs? I think that the answer, but by the way, oh man, this is so interesting. I think that we have an answer. We can have an answer to this. And I think that the fact is that I would argue that it shouldn't be DMs anyway. There should be a specific feature, right? Where a user can have a private discussion with a DM, but when I say private, I mean private in the sense that it's between this user and all moderators. And if they want to escalate it further, it should be between the user and the administrator. So maybe I mean, the administrator is the one person that you can have DMs with because nobody else is going to read those DMs, right? Just the administrator. So, but regardless of that, my point is that that system shouldn't be DMs. That system should be some kind of ticketing system where you quote unquote open a ticket to the moderator team complaining about something that happened, and then the moderator team comes to a resolution, and the entire and that exchange should not be visible by other users that are not moderators, sure, but then the entire exchange should be auditable by other moderators and the administrator. And then again, if you have issues with a mod, then you need to go up one layer. So you need to open a ticket to the admin, at which point only the admin will be able to see it. The notifications part, sorry, what did I miss? Oh, it is. They're going to the Indonesia, except now. Sorry, yes, this is the part that I didn't read. Except now they're also pinging every time the user says something. So you know what? I would be against blocking, but I would not be against disabling notifications for a user. Because to be fair, there could be some user that, you know, always cracks jokes or is, you know, just constantly saying things that you don't care about. I would not hide their messages. I wouldn't do the weird shit, you know, where, oh, why can I not react to this user? Why can I not thumb up this user's message because they blocked you? Or who are you replying to? Or like if you hide completely messages from the people that you blocked, like you can't even follow anymore what the conversation is because you don't know what they are replying to. Actually, you end up, here's another big problem. You end up misinterpreting potentially what people are saying because you don't have the full context, because you're purposely hiding part of it from you. But to be fair, not getting notifications whenever somebody who you don't care about / particularly like, I would argue that is a good feature. I would use it. Not because I hate people, right? And not because I want to not resolve potential conflicts, but because like I would use it way more liberally. And I think it would hurt interactions way less than full-blown blocking. I could see blocking being an anti-feature in an ideal world, but there are several practical issues that arise with scale, risk management as a couple of examples. One could argue perhaps that those are symptoms to other problems. It's an idea I've not heard about. And there can be issues with any system. Yeah. You can also have an auto spoiler for a user so you can reveal only if you want. That's essentially what blocking is on Discord. In Discord, when you block somebody, you see that some messages from somebody that you blocked were sent, but they are spoilered essentially, and then you can unspoiler them if you want. But I think that is bad because it lowers the amount of sharing of shared understanding in the community. And I would argue that at the most essential level, the main reason why you're talking with other people is, well, either because you can get, you know, tangible stuff from them, like if people send you, I don't know, like things, money, objects, maybe files, I don't know, it could be information, but either they do something for you explicitly and then you reciprocate somehow, or alternatively, the main reason for communities to exist is so that people can work together towards a shared understanding of reality or of the specific subset of reality that the community concerns itself about. And anything that hurts coming to a shared understanding is just bad. You should not allow it. And I do think that blocking is something that would work in that direction. I understand that it has also its own uses, but personally, I really don't like the feature. You know what would be a cool feature? Sometimes people start discussing something and I don't really care about the specific topic, so I would like to disable notifications until this conversation ends. But I don't want to miss a new conversation. It's probably mostly an issue with Telegram since I rarely have multiple chats per group. Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, good point. It's obviously non-trivial to know when a conversation ends and a new one begins because it's not clear-cut. You know, you could even have the conversation continue and then in the middle, another conversation starts and begins. So you would need, at the very least, you would need AI to have a chance of classifying these things correctly. And now you have AI in your system. And then the correct analysis of something could be complicated. I do think that your last point is very correct. This is a phenomenon that happens a lot when you only have one channel of discussion and not multiple ones. This is where you would tell people to please continue this conversation in a thread, right? Yeah. Well, not even recently. Discord has had. So you might be talking about a thread only. You might be talking about thread only channels like this one. This one is a thread only channel. But even regardless, for example, here in Awebo, Discord has this. Here, Jan wanted to talk about preserving message read over multiple clients, and he decided that this should not be a conversation that occupies space in the main channel, and so he made it a subtopic. So this is what you would tell people to do, right? If they are having a boring conversation that is off topic, especially. That being said, it is fair to say that maybe there could be a conversation that is perfectly on topic and it's just not interesting for you specifically, and so you would want to be able to mute it. What you could do, you know what would be a simple solution that would probably get you 80% there, maybe? You could say, mute this channel until conversation dies down. The idea being that the conversation stays muted as long as there is one message being sent every 5 minutes. So if for 5 minutes in a row, and what the right threshold should be, I don't know, but if for 5 minutes in a row, no message has been sent, or 10 minutes in a row, no message has been sent, then the channel unmutes. Actually, could be even a much higher threshold. You could say there has to be messages for like 1 full hour or something like that. Yeah. So it's essentially just muted for a while. It's not going to be precise to one conversation, but it works. Yeah, I think that's good advice. Let's not forget about it. Maybe it really shouldn't take much to implement this stuff. Okay, let's see. You will get scraped anyways, even if some hypothetical platform does end-to-end, including guild chats, whatever equivalent big public group concept applies. The fact of the matter is that there will always be scrapers lurking. Discord has had many panics where data was scraped from the platform. Researchers scraped 2 billion Discord messages and published them online. This post is for paid members only. RIP. Discord takes down spy.pet. Website that harvested data from hundreds of millions of users. Jesus. Okay. End-to-end doesn't say you there because the scrapers can just read your messages. They are the other end of the encryption. Yes. You need to be able to trust the people you're talking to, regardless of whether the chats are encrypted. This is not to say that end-to-end is useless, just that big public group context, it can be trivially worked around. Yes. The ability for ostensibly random people to pull this off would indicate that a state-sponsored campaign would be highly successful should they deem it necessary. Platform sustainability. Others have pointed this out, but I feel it's important to highlight a Discord-esque platform does not need encryption in the sense that there are better places to focus our efforts. The platforms where you play your games with your friends and the platform where you arrange rage against the machine can and should be different. Man, life must be tough in the United States, huh? I don't know if this person is from the United States, but these all seem like these all seem spurred by by what's going on in the United States. I don't know. Be safe, guys. Life is hard, huh? The issues we're seeing with Discord are not the lack of end-to-end, is that they're centralized monopoly hell-bent on their upcoming IPO. Yes. This is what we should focus on changing. This is what our people want to see change. Yes, I agree. Okay, with this, I mark this as the last blog post on the subject that I read because I don't think that any of these people have anything interesting for me to read. I think that I'm confident in my take. Um, Full steam ahead. I think it was, yeah, no, but ActX, here's the thing. I think it was way longer than a year or two ago. I think we were talking about at least 5 years. And yes, it wasn't there in the beginning. You're right. But I think it was way more than 2 years. We're getting old. You're getting old. I'm also getting old. Users should be more intentional with their notification alerts in general, considering how much bots for easier group management there are on Discord. It is to be accepted. Some of them also store all messages. Oh, yeah. Okay. So let me go grab my teacup and then we finally do some coding. I'm happy to continue to keep chatting about end-to-end encryption if anybody has anything to say on the subject. I'm also happy to answer questions about Awebo in terms of features, non-features, scope, non-scope. Also, random ideas on tiny features to have. I'm now taking notes right now, but I'm happy to discuss all these ideas. I do think, for example, that the like mute until discussion dies down is a nice tiny thing to have. So I would be happy to implement it when the time comes. Um, but in any case, we're now moving on to a more hands-on coding part of the stream. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Mm. Okay. Let's finally bundle these in something that doesn't suck. So, how should this look like in a cross-platform manner? In a cross-platform manner, I think we need to have frame that no matter what does this. So how do we do this? I think it should be like this. Maybe we could say that we should have these. This abstraction seems reasonable. This seems really reasonable. Jesus, that sounds cold. Yeah. Okay, let's assume that we keep having this. No matter what, we have a frame. And then we do switch. Built in, and then we do switch. Oh, tag. Where's my auto suggestion? I'm not getting any. Oh, there we go. I want to keep the extern in here, though. I really want to keep the extern in here. Or do we have different implementations of opaque depending on? Do we duck type opaque and we have this be a macOS frame? Yeah, you know what? I think this is better. We don't switch in here. We switch full implementations of what a frame is. So this guy comes with me, and we are going to have screen capture Zig, which right now is full of garbage. macOS frame. So this is a frame. This is gonna need to be self now. Hopefully this works. Or not even panic. Or not even print anything, whatever. And pixels are not namespace. We have a shared concept of pixels. We can do frame.pixels. Or no, it has to be outside. So there we go. Ambiguous reference. Okay, so we can do this then. Hello, Neuroside. Okay, so we do this. In core, we don't do any of this. Oh, this doesn't exist anymore. You know what? It might have to exist because we might need to do this eventually in the future for other platforms. But I guess we'll cross that bridge once we get there. Call begin share calls into this stuff here. But that's macOS specific. So we need in-screen capture abstractions for this stuff. Let's see, how does it work? How does this work? So this is going to be pixels. This is going to be frame. Before we get to pixels and frame, we're going to need to have some kind of thing that represents a stream manager, I guess. Hmm. I think we are going to need to move from external symbols to function pointers, I fear. So on macOS, screen share has to be unopaque. And it's going to have create. This one is going to have create and destroy, or init the init. Let's call it init the init. Switch. I was switching on a enum video. um, what is the bridge magic invocation thingy? Right for that occasion. I forgot. Bridge transfer. Bridge transfer. I don't know. We'll look at that in a moment. Actually, I had it in here as well. Oh, in the end, I type out transfer. Right, thank you. I think CF release might be better. I don't know why there are two ways of doing this. I should learn about it at some point, but one step at a time, I guess. Okay, so this is the macOS version. So screen share on macOS is an opaque that you can call the init on, and we need to be able to call another thing, right? Which is like start the screen share stuff. Show picker. Now, here's the thing. Here is the thing. If we truly want to make this something that you can instantiate, we kind of need to be able to give it callbacks. Um, we do kind of need to give it callbacks, or we can hard code those callbacks. But the problem is, how do we configure exactly what's happening to make it not look like weirdo magic? Because the problem is, these two things are now going to be better. There's media.zig. Oh shit. I'll have to look into that. Not the best names. I agree, but we'll get there. Is this right? This is not even right. Screen capture. Oh. Okay. Okay. So we have at least solved this. Or you know what? Maybe we have solved more than just this a little bit. So can we Zig build GUI? Are we back into building condition? No. What is the problem now? Oh, there's a bunch of OSs unhandled. I mean, that's fair. Um, okay. So we're still working. This is not completely broken yet. Now the next step is to make this work um for the TUI. The problem is that the TUI, oh, the TUI works. No, I did not fix the color issue. So the problem is this: I could fix the color issue by swapping the channels, but then we are going to be re-rendering this stuff on the same machine, which has a preference for its own native color ordering. So so then whatever code does anything after us would have to will swap it back again. So I think that the correct solution in this case is for DVUI to add support for either BGRA or a like native texture concept where I don't know. Either way, I think the correct way of solving this is through DVUI. It seems dumb for me to swap these things around, and then at some point when DVUI has to render it, it has to swap it again. Because obviously the fact that the reason why we see those colors wrong is because they are being swapped at some point. Did we solve Zig build? We solved Zig build. So can we also Zig build CI? Did we solve Zig build CI? This is pushing territory, guys. No joke. Oh. Oh yeah. What are you working on right now? I am getting the screen share stuff that I just coded into working condition. And what do you not like? Undefined symbol swap frame. Right. That is in screen box stuff. Well, wait. What is the question though? Oh, use an undeclared identifier frame. How do you deal with the Apple SDK headers in CI? macOS doesn't get built in CI. Straight up. That's why the issue exists. I also actually have a recommendation. If custom doesn't merge your PR, what I would suggest is to either ask if the VUI is fine with depending on a fork of it, or to also fork the VUI, and then we start depending on a fork the VUI. Like we need to unblock ourselves at some point. So we're getting undefined symbol swap frame. Why? We do have swap frame. This bad boy is swap frame. In which context? Oh, in tests. Well, shit. Yeah, what do we do when we are running tests? Actually, why is this guy not existing in test mode? Because I cannot just do this in a test block and have it, automatically work. Why? Oh, I think I understand the problem. The problem is, no, actually, I don't. We see. So in a test, this might not be the root module, but we are adding the other thing to the root module. Oh, damn. How do you solve it? Surely there must be an easy way to provide a weak linked default implementation, right? How can I provide a weakly linked default implementation for a forward declaration that in most cases I would provide, well, period. Maybe I should have asked it in a new conversation. I don't know. But it seems weird to me that this export doesn't work if we're not the root module. Is this really a matter of just referencing this? Like, is this really just this? So we can do an implementation with attribute weak. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So this is not it. We can go in screen2.m. This guy has the external definition in here somewhere. Well, the forward declaration that will swap frame. Success. Okay. Um, that is good. We build. The names suck. The names that we're using for stuff suck. Okay, so let's fix a couple naming thingies. So RM screen capture macOS.m. Goodbye, friend. Move screen to screen capture macOS.m. Then we have screen capture.zig. I'm thinking that screen capture.zig should stop existing. I forgot that we had uppercase media. I think this should all be in uppercase media, although this has been Andrew's realm. So he's been messing around with audio stuff in here. Oh, you know what? Actually, no, this is the stuff that he hasn't touched yet. I think mostly. Oh, interesting. But this is a type. It's not just a namespace. So maybe having something separate for screen capture is fine. Yeah. Now, here's what it's not clear here. What will happen when the picker is well, the rest of the life cycle is not really well defined, but you know what? We can leave it undefined, so whatever. Okay, let's check one last time that everything builds, and then we push. Hello, Shadow Tigers. Hello, hello. Also, is YouTube doing fine? Are YouTube people fine? Let me see. Oh, somebody suggested transfer, but I couldn't see it. Sorry, guys, on YouTube. I think that I think the YouTube chat has already pooped itself. We can try to take a look here, but I fear that we might have already been in pooping territory. No, maybe we're not yet. Okay, so I'll be able to see chat from YouTube for a while more at the very least. Um, how do you make your terminal show all the chats? Well, it's an application called Borg, which I wrote that can connect to YouTube and Twitch and grab chat information. Mm-mm-mm-mm. What are you working on? I'm working on a Discord alternative, and I'm getting screen sharing to work. So I just implemented the first beginnings of this stuff. Does the screen sharing API do DRM shit? I bet you 100% that it does. I bet you that it does. In any case, you press the button to the screen share, you select a window, and now this window is visible. You see? And now the rest of the O would be to take this stuff. Well, never mind the colors being wrong. That's a known problem. But then you would have to send this data over the wire, and then other people in the call would be able to see it. So we're getting the initial parts of this working. Yo, now good time for that chat. I would be up for it. Are you fine with being on stream for the call? Like I wouldn't. Let me put it this way: I wouldn't want to interrupt the stream. So I guess we can either do it once I'm done, or we can make it a show. Stream is fine. Is this gonna be the Loris and Scott show? No, stream is fine. Okay, cool. So we can do that, I guess. In the Miss that last bit. No, just that it's gonna be the Loris and Scott show. That's it. Okay, give me a second that I actually finish writing this comment message, and then I'm ready. And so we should show a window picker, and then for confirmation, we'll show a scaled down preview of the screen share. There's no cleanup nor any integration with the voice call life cycle, but it works. Except except it shows wrong colors because Mac is, what was it? BGRA. And asking for RGBA causes a silent failure. It's up. We did it. We have the basics of screen sharing pushed, and so now people can play with them. Okay, so let me see if I can join now a call with Scott. So here's how it's gonna be. I am going to mute the music. I am going to enable audio for YouTube. I am going to join Discord.
Hello.
Hello, Scott. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello. You're live.
Hello, live.
Uh,
No jingle for the Larson Scott show. Sorry. Too early to sing. Someone was asking for it.
yeah.
Okay. So what's the question?
You know what? I'm also gonna screen share so that you can see. Discord is requesting to bypass the system private window picker and directly access your screen and audio. Man, so pesky. Oh, it also
I mean, I could just
suggests
have the
device.
stream open.
Sorry?
I could just have the stream open.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it would be laggy, but yeah, you're right. Also, I don't
Yeah.
have
Either way.
Nitro, so I only have crappy sharing. Sorry. Oh well. Okay. So, what did I want to ask you? Let me bring up some context so that also chat can be brought up to speed. So I'm going to talk with Scott about this issue web client. So the idea is the following. We are playing a inverse electron to people. So normally you want a desktop client, you get a web client, and you still get a web client, but inside Electron. We're not going to do that. We are writing the desktop client first, but then we still need to solve the web client. We could implement a web client from scratch, and honestly, I don't exclude that at some point maybe we'll do that for real. Maybe, why not? But for now, the plan, to hit the ground running is we don't do that, and we just build our native application for WebAssembly, and we just run it in WebAssembly. That being said, there are some things to be kept in mind when doing so, because at a high level it sounds cool, but once you get down to the details, it might not be as easy anymore. So this is basically what this issue is about. Scott has written a library to bridge Zig with JavaScript. In this case, Zig would be Zig compiled to WebAssembly, running in the browser. And well, he has experience that I don't have. Okay.
Yeah.
End of the interaction. So, Scott, here's my first question for you. I read
Okay.
that WebAssembly has support for multiple threads, and I looked at these blog posts with code samples that showed that the code itself was able to use pthread, pthread create, pthread join.
Oh gosh, you're very quickly going to. I don't know. Let me see here. Let me look at that blog post. Haven't used. No. How do you spell Awebo? Where's your? There we go. Oh, so Weibo chat. That's the okay. I'm trying to find the issue here.
Mm-hmm.
Check on it. Okay, so you are looking at this one. Wait, or are you looking at the? Oh yeah, okay.
Oh shit! I think I see now what I didn't read the last time, which is that mscript10 provides an API compatible implementation of pthread written on top of web workers,
Yeah,
shared memory,
that's
and atomics.
what I was going to guess. So yes, so they have some JavaScript library that you're going to have to include on your web page that is going to implement the shim layer between JavaScript and C, like the C library or whatever.
But so does that mean that how is these threads then? Isn't this more like multiprocessing?
What do you mean? What's multiprocessing as in like
As in, somehow this doesn't seem almost to be like it. When I was looking at tables, this was presented as a feature that WebAssembly supported, or from some point on, like older versions wouldn't support, newer versions would support, but um, this seems to not involve WebAssembly in any way. Like, as in, this seems to be like a fully external thing that fakes threads without any knowledge or involvement from the VM.
so that's not entirely true. Because in order to have the WebAssembly work on multiple threads, you need a shared array buffer instead of just array buffer on for the WASM's memory.
Okay.
So the WASM, there's a WASM instance and it needs a memory, and you can if you just have an array buffer as the back, which is what I've done in like the Zig JavaScript bridge examples, that can't be used across web workers. The only thing that can be
Okay.
used across web workers, well, you can post messages between them, but like the objects are deep copied. So if you send it across and then start editing again, those edits won't show up. The shared array buffers are visible across threads, but they were added and then they were turned off after Heartbleed or whatever it was.
Oh yeah, I saw
Uh,
this. This blog post does mention this. There's like headers that
yeah.
you have to put in to turn them on, to re-enable them.
Yeah. Yeah. So so they I was just reading this because I hadn't looked at it for a while, like yesterday or so. So yeah, those headers like bring up a separate process for your web page so that it's in a secure sandbox, so the shared array buffer is not incredibly insecure.
Okay.
And yeah.
It's,
So
yeah.
there's the ability to do multi-threads that way is newer, because, well, it was turned off and then turned back on. The I think I saw some stuff about different ways for WASM to do multi-threading, but I don't think any of it's landed. And like Apple's gonna take forever to do it. So
Okay, but so what I'm just to double check. So this
right.
example is showing that they can spawn another thread, which, if I understand correctly, will run in a separate web worker, but the other thread is still able to dereference a stack local pointer in the original thread because all the memory, including stack memory, is inside a shared array buffer that the two WASM instances share. Correct?
Uh, yes, how that stack memory works, I'm not entirely sure. Um, is it getting a new? So we'd have to look at like the JavaScript library, but it must be what probably is happening is
Hmm.
that you have the JavaScript library or like script that you have to include on the web page with the WASM. And cat. There's a cat that wants attention. The how do I say this? When you call the pthread create, that is using an imported function on
Yeah.
the WASM side that's going to go into JavaScript. That JavaScript is going to create a web worker. That web worker is going to create a new WASM instance using the shared same array buffer, and then load into that. And I'm presuming that it's going to set up stack memory for the new thread as well in the WASM memory, and then call into that. There's stack memory that you can't access in WASM. That's like in the bytecode, like the machine model of the bytecode. But
Hmm.
obviously you can do pointers to stack memory in Zig, so there's some stack that's allocated in the actual like array buffer. Because otherwise you
Yeah.
can like do that
Otherwise, it wouldn't
without
work.
like ignoring multi-threading. You couldn't do
Hmm.
that without it. So
I find it insane that they defined multi-threading in WebAssembly. Okay, I don't know exactly how they defined it, but I find it incredible that it runs on web workers. Um, but
oh
I guess it must be fun for people who are implementing WASM interpreters like virtual machines that are not in the browser. But anyway, let's see. There are two different
yeah,
stacks in WASM. Execution stack is untouchable. Data on stack works as expected. You can read write anywhere. Okay.
yeah. And also like you kind of mentioned this an issue, but um, you don't need to do WASM workers to do concurrency in WebAssembly. Go, for instance, does some sort of stackless coroutine implementation. So it
Uh,
has its own complicated JavaScript library for bringing it up. Um,
the problem
so
is that we don't
like
have stackless coroutines in Zig.
yeah, the ideal way is that I don't know someone implements that and
Yeah,
then we just
fair.
use it.
Fair. But
But that
I
that
think that in
that
the
will require
meantime, yeah.
yeah that will require some complicated JavaScript as well, just because the code calling in will need to be aware of all of that, and it'll have to integrate with JavaScript async somehow. But yeah,
Mm. There is maybe something that could be helpful a little bit, which is the new part of the IO interface, which is dedicated to specific operations rather than full tasks. But in practical terms, I think it's not going to be usable for us anytime soon. So um, yeah, I think so far the best shot that we have is something like this, something along the
right,
lines of what mscript 10 implements. I think that because we are Zig and not C, we can pull it off more easily than mscript 10. I would even argue worst case, or as a starting point, I would be fine against. I would be fine with linking against mscript 10 for the web interface so that you know so that we can reuse this code, because I think that the current IO, I think that the current SCD .io IO.threaded implementation will use pthread when available. So
Interesting. That's one way to maybe do it.
I would personally recommend against more complicated setups, because I saw that you guys were talking about some alternatives. What was it?
In the Awebo channel. Yeah.
Yeah, in here you were talking about like forget the precise passage, but like trying to do something more complicated. I don't think it's gonna work, because this stuff is thread based and blocking, and I think your best shot is to basically block the entire web worker slash thread and unblock it using some kind of mutex that hopefully can be implemented in WebAssembly. If they have not implemented some kind of atomic stuff to pull that off, to basically block WebAssembly and unblock it from JavaScript when the time comes, um, I'm gonna go insane. No, but
No,
it is impossible.
there's some atomic options or operations in WebAssembly.
Okay, no, yeah,
Hopefully
it is impossible for it to not work.
so that works. The hold on, what's that? Chat thread, I need to read it myself. Let me collect my thought. One second.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is. I'd have to read this blog post more thoroughly, but I'm not quite sure. The problem here is that your p thread creates a new thread or whatever with
Mhm.
JavaScript. It's in a web worker. Now, for example, you want to, this one thread is the rendering thread or whatever, and it wants to call out to create a canvas or something like that, right? It wants to interact with the DOM. That web worker can't interact with the DOM. It's in a sandbox. It can only do atomics on the shared buffer or pass messages back to the main thread. And the main thread will have a handler for those messages. So that's what we were talking about more than the threading model.
Okay. Well, in our
So
case, we don't really want to interact with the DOM all that much, because all rendering is in a WebGL context.
that's same thing.
Okay, that's fine,
um,
but that is only done by one thread, the GUI thread, which I guess which is going to be naturally the first one that spawns.
you can't have this is kind of what I talk about. You would your if your rendering thread is on the main JavaScript thread, it has to fully return every frame. You can't block on anything. So it does impose so this is the important
Okay.
bit. The way JavaScript works
No, I get it.
is
I think I get
all
it, but I think this is fine, because I think that the VUI already does that. Like, can
okay.
we
So
agree that if the VUI didn't do this correctly, then it would it be impossible for it to, for example, open a OS file picker?
yes, sorry, it's not. My question isn't about DVUI. It's about Awebo code,
Yeah.
right? Right. So and any other thread that wants to interact with the external world, I think is going to have to go through the main thread. I think is kind of the point here.
Oh.
Right. Like maybe a web worker can start up an external socket, but like I think um it will be one per web worker, right? So if you're sending and receiving messages on two different threads, they need to be accessing the same JavaScript object somehow, is my understanding. So the way I was
But you can make this happen outside of WebAssembly, right? Because you can make the web workers talk to one another.
yes, and that's
Yeah.
kind of the two different ways I was talking about doing that in that chat thread. Start with the second one first, actually. So you could set up the work in Zig, and then post the message of like, "Hey, main thread, go look at the place where the work queue is, and process that work." And then I'll wait on some atomic, and then ping me when I should start working again. And then the other way is kind of pretend that the external world on the web workers is just the main thread's external world. So when Zig JavaScript Bridge, like say you call it with a JavaScript object, like a function with a JavaScript object, what happens is that that JavaScript object gets stored in an array, and you get an ID, and that ID is passed into the WebAssembly virtual machine.
Yeah.
And then when you want to call a function on it, you pass the ID back out and you say, hey, call this function on this ID. It looks up in a table, it calls the function. So what you could do from web workers is you could post the message from the web worker. You can keep the ID in the posted message. So you
Yeah.
never actually talk to the external world from the
Yeah.
web worker. You always go back to the main thread. Hey, call this function. Okay, it returns this other handle. Okay, put it in the array. Pass back the ID. So that would, I think, be a way to kind of not have to worry about the fact that there's multiple threads and making sure you're on the right thread and that kind of stuff. I do worry about of that because you're going to do a lot of cross-thread communication, and I don't know exactly how performant that is.
If you can open a web transport, so I think that the vast majority of what the application is doing is just manipulating its own memory and rendering. The
Yep.
other IO that happens is mainly, yes, it is web transport, but also they don't get passed around in the sense that there is one thread because this is not fully evented, right? This is still blocking, so it's very much more streamlined than weird concurrency models. So what happens is that there is one one thread that deals with uh no, there's actually two. One thread that deals with reading from a socket, and one thread that deals with writing to that socket. So it's not just one thread that does both things; it's two threads that
Right.
deal with that.
And I don't think you can have a reference to that socket across web workers. That's something to check.
Mhm.
But that is my understanding.
Yeah, but that
Um,
is also, I think, fine because you could. I think you could still. I guess my point is that I think you can come up, if it makes sense, you could come up maybe with a simplified way of sharing this information because you kind of know that it's going to be between two threads that come in pairs and not by. Basically, it's never going to happen that a random third party thread wants to write something to a socket that already has its own reader and writer. So I don't know. Maybe it could help simplify certain things. But
I mean,
okay, I get it now. What a mess.
uh, yeah, yeah. I don't disagree with that. Um, the web is just a pile of stuff that was added, and then they've added more stuff on top and more stuff on top.
Yeah.
Yeah. The easiest way to integrate with all of this is just you write functions that always return, and don't use IO. But I understand that that might be difficult to have
No, you're
in your.
basically, we would be basically back to callback hell. I'm not going back there. I'm sorry.
No, blocking code is so much better, so much better. I totally agree.
Yeah.
Um,
How many web workers can you spawn?
no idea.
Now, why should be something stupid like 4 by default? I'm gonna ask Claude. Taking longer than usual. Trying again shortly. Attempt 2 out of 10. Attempt 3 out of 10. Yeah, hammer it more. It doesn't reply. It's lagging. 4 out of 10. Go. Oh, it's waiting more before reattempting. Oh no, this it's out of web workers. Oh no.
Um, how many threads are you going to be using? There's
Hundreds
3
to
at least,
thousands of
right?
web workers. Okay, that's
Um,
fine.
oh, okay.
We're gonna be good. It's because you're spawning 2 per connection plus, a handful other ones, so but
Yeah,
it should be fine. The Firefox default limit is 512. Okay, thank you.
yeah. I guess you can't be calling concurrent every time, all over the place.
Yeah. I mean,
But
it's gonna error out at some point if it's integrated properly, which is
yeah,
by design.
right. Yeah, that's true. The concurrent, yeah. Um, hmm,
Okay. Oh man, what a mess. I was hoping, I was naively hoping that this would be like a walk in the park, but it doesn't seem
it
to be.
the the way to make it nice is have language support for Senko Skull routines. Uh, so um, yeah, that's
Yeah,
just kind
so you
of
can do well, or WebAssembly to support green threads. That also would be nice, I guess.
I don't even know how they're gonna possibly get that to work with the model that they have. But
I don't know. There's a proposal for it though.
yeah, of yeah, and this is what's really annoying to me is that WebAssembly is a nice and simple thing, but they
Mm-hmm.
didn't quite get some of the features in. So now there's these proposals that are going to sit there forever and then finally get implemented, and then take another decade before all the virtual machines support the feature properly.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be some people who go, "Oh, I never implemented that," and some compiler is going to output some instruction by default that's not going to work in Safari. Just the pile, man. But um, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of interested in doing the experiment of calling, doing the main thread calling from a different thread. I do think if you, as long as like, you're doing your render, if your render thread is on the main thread, and you're able to fully return out back to JavaScript every frame. That is ideal. The other, I guess, actually, it does depend on how DVUI is doing the rendering and calling to JavaScript. Because the way I've done it is just like doing the JavaScript calls from Zig, and every like set value or call the drawer or set the state, that all those calls are originated in Zig. The way I've typically seen it done for performance, when you care about performance, is you load up a big array of data of all the commands and everything in WASM, and then you have JavaScript that uses a data view into the WASM's memory and goes, okay, like 1 means call this function, 2 means call this function,
Yes.
etc. Right? And it basically decodes the commands into JavaScript commands. That's the suggested way. I don't know the relative performance between them. There's a lot of advice online that says, hey, calling into JavaScript from WASM is really expensive. But all of the libraries I've looked at don't generate bindings. They're always calling a generic function in JavaScript that is like going back to the WASM, reading the memory of the name of the function to call.
Oh.
And then like doing it that way, right? Like someone asked about Hashimoto's library. That's what he's doing there. The Go library does it that way. So people are doing and calling across this boundary in an efficient way. I don't know the relative performance of doing it efficiently. That is, I've kind of wanted to profile this at some point. But okay, so it looks like he's, or seeing you're looking at him on his stuff on stream. It looks like he has a lot of JavaScript calling WebGL here.
Yeah. So for now, I'm not seeing like string comparisons.
Yeah. So this is the load up information in. Well, maybe it's a kind of a mix of both. He's just manually written JavaScript functions. So he's written the bindings himself instead of letting Zig JavaScript Bridge do the bindings. Looks like. Because that's all Zig JavaScript Bridge does is write the bindings for you. Write the good bindings for you, right? Yeah.
It wasn't render geometry. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is for you to take a look at. Okay. Understood. I guess even just quote unquote just getting a basic application working would probably require some effort. So
Yes, your 4-point bullet list there of like
yeah.
just do this like simple thing. What was it? Hello world, I've done that. Custom IO that writes error to console.log. Yeah, console.log is not a stream, it's a message based thing.
Yeah. But you can cheat with new lines, that's fine, yes.
You can cheat with new lines. Then just add multi-threading support.
Because when I read that thing, admittedly not with the necessary care, it seemed that you could that threads were not like this janky ass thing that would also have like weird restrictions in the browser, and so I naively expected that to just be straightforward essentially. Little did I
Yeah.
know.
uh, I don't think it will to be too bad.
Yeah. But
I
once you solve this though, at that point I think that it's mostly making sure that, yeah, understanding how to access web transport, because ultimately the only IO that a client like this does is WebGL, um accessing local storage, and web transport instances, pretty
right,
much.
right. Sorry. Give me a second. Once. Sorry.
Mhm. Well, chat, it's complicated. Have you considered implementing message edit delete as a message yourself? Yeah, I have. Also, that document is a bit out of date. It's a bit out of sync. Message deletion has a bunch of problems. I'm gonna implement. I'm going to implement syncing correctly for all the other stuff, like list of clients, list of channels, users, that kind of stuff. For the rest, for in terms of message deletion, we'll see. In any case, the reason why I am trying to do proper deletion and not just tombstones,
Oh,
essentially.
apologies. I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back, Scott. So the reason why I'm doing not doing tombstones, or like rather trying to avoid tombstones, is because we're talking about self-hosted instances where, if you get turbo spammed, for example, you kind of would like to be able to reclaim the space wasted, burned by those spam messages. You don't want to, like, not notice that you were getting turbo spammed, for like 2 days straight, and now there's like 5 gigabytes or 20 gigabytes of spam, and now you can't get rid of it because the system only supports tombstones. Or, well, I guess you could still reduce the amount of space that they occupy, but it would be nicer if you could just get rid of them for real. Anyway, I'm back to the discussion, Scott.
Yep. Yeah, web transport. I think it does need quick. Um, you can just use WebSockets to get things going. I think. Um,
Yeah, but it doesn't work for media. I mean, for media, it's gonna be very crappy. I think. I fear.
so,
I guess.
uh, like you're just gonna get head of line blocking. So if you're dropping packets a lot, then you're gonna get
Yeah.
a bit of stuttering. Um, it's not great, but and it's especially not great for like mobile devices and that kind of stuff. But um,
Hmm. Well, for
it does
mobile
work.
devices,
So.
we definitely would want to have mobile apps. Oh, by the way, we're gonna have to open that Pandora's box at some point as well.
Um, oh, I forget. I think I was just talking to you about this. Um, at one point, when I was at Google 8 years ago, I think this was, I knew the people at the Google Hangouts team. That was in Kirkland here,
Hmm.
and they had feature teams that was like a team of 4 people that all worked on the same feature, but one person was the web person, one person was the iPhone person, one person was the Android person.
Hmm.
Uh, so like that's how they just had, okay, we're gonna do add this button to all 3 apps now
Right.
kind of situation. Um,
And I try to make sure that it made sense on all platforms.
yeah. So
Mm.
there's kind of the perpetual question of what you do with the platform layer and what you throw into your uh, shared code base. Um,
Yeah.
and to get the native UI, you have to go use their platform. So
I think as a starting point, I will try to get the DVOI client everywhere I can, just so that uh, it's easier. I am not against
Yeah.
eventually having more clients, more custom clients, but man, as a starting point, having one that you can bring pretty much everywhere does help. And DVOI
Yes,
does work on
definitely.
mobile. I've seen David demo. He has a music player, I believe, that works on Android. I have not seen anything from him on iOS, so I don't know what the state of iOS support is. But yeah, I would try to get it as far as I can.
Okay. Well, any other questions or?
No, that was it. Thank you. Sorry, I was really confused about threads. I was confused and naive and hopeful, and you crushed all of it. Thank you, Scott.
uh, so my main feeling about this is I don't know where the solution will be between an utter hack and like good code. And it feels like with this kind of stuff, you write an utter hack and then you go, "Hey, it's good," I guess. Um, yeah, that's just kind of how it ends up feeling.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense. That being said, I think that the web client is not a priority. So I don't know how much you care, but I would say in any case, don't feel compelled by thinking that this is like, would be super nice to have it right away. I don't think so. I
Right.
think we can get pretty far without any web client. And, if it becomes not fun to work on it anymore, and then we just keep going with the other clients. And you know what? Maybe the fact that the web target is not easily, you cannot transfer to it easily. Maybe that will be a good opportunity to implement a proper web client where, you know what? Actually, yeah, that would be interesting. Um, I wonder how much you could be able to reuse as WebAssembly logic, but not as a like monolith, as a more in terms of like isolated logic pieces that you can then orchestrate from JavaScript.
Um,
Huh.
yeah. The I think it will be doable, but it's eventually. Well, I guess it depends. I was thinking about this, and if you have um like one of the big problems with Discord is that it
Hmm.
hides all the help stuff in Discord, and it's not you can't find it on when you're searching online or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Um, one of my thoughts was you have like form channels that are visible externally as just like static rendered web pages.
Yeah.
Uh,
Just so you
and
know,
then you
that's how I'm defining privacy levels in Awebo.
oh, is it where? Oh, secret. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how valuable chat channels being public is, but uh,
I think that at the very least, I think it's a safe bet to say that announcement channels are okay to consider
oh
public in
yeah.
terms of RSS feeds.
Oh, a channel that you post to and it becomes an RSS feed. That's interesting.
Yeah, announcements, like literally announcements
Yeah.
that then other servers or whoever cares can subscribe to um, as
Hmm.
an RSS feed.
Interesting. Blog posts as a chat channel.
I
The
wouldn't I
future.
wouldn't use a chat
The
channel as
future.
your blog platform, but yes.
I mean, so
So yeah, oh, by the way, you know what, now that I thought about it, you were asking like something. So you were saying that you wish that the application was able to perform IO in a way where you call a function that doesn't return anything. And you know what? We don't have that. But now that I think about it, we do have a good separation between what's network in the client. We do have good separation between what's network and what is not network. And here's the interesting thing. From the core application perspective, for example, joining a server, let me see if I can find let me see if I can find the right stuff. Actually, let me start from the UI so that so we call core host join. Host join starts a new network host network thread. So these call to IO concurrent, this could very well turn into asking JavaScript to like creating a like calling into JavaScript, creating Java, asking JavaScript to just connect to this host.
Yeah.
Then there's maybe some logic that would need to be ported to JavaScript, but then here's the other side of it. Whenever an event happens in network, so for example, new message, whenever there's a new message, we receive a new message and we put an event on a queue in the client. So basically, what I'm saying is that um, the client and the network mostly talk to one another through channels, and so I think you could put JavaScript on the other hand of the on the other end of the channel,
Right.
essentially.
Yeah.
But that would require modifying the application. It wouldn't be
yeah.
a fully
And
transparent approach.
your reader code there that's parsing the messages wouldn't work, right? Or like you'd have to rewrite that because
Yeah,
that
you essentially would
is
have to rewrite
uncomfortable
entirely
to do.
network.zig, because network.zig. Oh, sorry, no, you're right. I do read. I am using a reader in here. Where was it?
Yes.
I am reading. Well, let me think about it for a second. No, I'm not reading anything because this message has already been read into memory. So this is not doing any IO.
Oh, in the core. Okay.
Core is not doing any IO. So network is, and for example, to get here, network has to first do the deserialization. This includes reading from the reader. So this would be the part that you would implement. Like literally, network.zig is what you would have to implement in JavaScript. Maybe not entirely, but almost entirely.
Yeah, because you're deserializing messages and stuff. Um. Yeah.
Hmm.
That the like the while true loop here, right, wouldn't work in JavaScript necessarily without multiple threads. But the as long as you know you have a full message to read, you can put it into a buffer and then pass that buffer to WASM and say, read one message out of this buffer. Uh,
Mhm.
works fine.
The problem is that we don't
Uh,
have message lengths prefixes, so you don't know how much if you have a full message until you're well done parsing it. But I would say that is not a big deal
yeah.
because
It-
you just write all of this stuff in JavaScript. I don't think it's that bad.
no.
Sorry, when I say you, I don't
No,
mean you specifically.
yeah. I honestly don't think that one web worker uh, which one my first my first suggestion in the Discord channel. I don't think that would be too bad for this. Because as long as you're doing rendering on your main thread, there's not that much calling out to JavaScript that's going to have to go across threads.
Mm-hmm.
And it probably would work. And maybe MLUG blesses us with stackless coroutines by the time we actually care about performance.
Maybe.
Uh,
I would argue that if we get to that point where we are essentially modifying the application so that can work also on the web, here's another thing that you can do. There is a big separate. So network is not fully separated from core. So you would need to like there would be some surgery required to make this work. To basically swap out the implementation of network because it is its own file, but it is not its own, let's say, module. But Core and GUI are completely separate. So Core has no dependency on the VUI. So if we get to that point, I would argue that we
oh,
could very well just run Core into a web worker and uh, then we render, a proper web UI if we want to.
right. Yeah, I mean, you probably ultimately do want a proper web UI for things like screen readers.
Mm-hmm.
And people complain when you render to a canvas with text and
Yeah.
render your website that
To
way.
be clear, though,
Um,
we also have native. So I mean, I think a native, I think, should have accessibility features.
hmm.
The VUI does link against Access Kit on macOS at least.
The I mean, this comes back to for the same thing we were talking about with the mobile phone stuff with though is that you want it to work at the native layer so it works with people's tools that are
Yeah,
expects
at that point,
the
there
standard.
it's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean your challenge here for 4 bullet point challenge. I may take it on this week. I'm working on a game prototype that's actually kind of promising. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, do that first.
Uh, well, I wanna finish a few features on that. But then I don't know. I'm interested in contributing to Awebo. I'm also not making money right now, so I have to balance how much I'm spending my energy that could be making or moving towards potentially making money on
Yeah.
open source projects. But I'm happy to do at least some of it because I enjoy it,
Cool.
and I want to see this project succeed. It's uh, fun seeing or funny seeing everyone freak out about Discord,
Hmm.
um, and the Zig community is going, "Oh, you're catching up. Good. Okay." Uh, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your help, Scott. Thank you for teaching me how the multi-threading system works in WebAssembly. What a story. Uh,
All right.
that's kind of it then.
This has been an episode of the Loris and Scott show.
Yeah.
Uh,
Right.
episode 2, I think. This is the first time I've been on stream talking with you. But all right, bye everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Too.
Okay. So we learned that WebAssembly is messed up. Can you then make a channel that is subscribed to RSS feed and post every new entry in the feed into the channel? Yes. It's a different feature. But yes, I do plan to have that support. Yes, I do want to have a channel in Awebo that reflects the contents of one or more RSS feeds without freaking bots, because you have this feature in Discord as well, but it's through bots and they keep pooping themselves, they keep breaking, they want money. It's annoying because you have to set it up and then you maybe want the RSS feed channel. You don't want users to be able to type in the RSS feed channel, but then the bot has to be able to. So you need to protect the channel from editing, but then you need to grant permission to the bot. And if you fail, then the bot tries to post and it fails. What if? What if that was instead an embedded feature into the application itself? So that's the idea. Okay. So we pushed our commit with screen sharing working. Let's ping their Teufel about it because he was asking, he was interested. Good luck on Windows. So their Teufel wants to basically do the same, but for Windows. Ooh. Let's see. Those are the kind of features that Discord should be adding. Instead, they took VC money. They need to earn back, so they're adding things like game stores and emote packs. Yes, indeed. Awebo. I also been, you know that I've also been singing it a little bit the other day. uh, I think we all share one brain cell. Yeah, but because it lends itself pretty well, doesn't it? Okay, so we now are at a point where we need to decide what to work on next. I'm gonna refill my teacup, and then, well, here's the thing. I also suspect that not just you and me, but I think that among the people here watching, chances are that we also share. Well, within the those of us that do look at like shorts on YouTube, for example, I bet you that we probably watch a lot of the same shorts because YouTube presents all of us the same shorts. And we probably have also YouTube homepages that are not that different. With some of my friends, it's uncanny how often we get presented the same video kind of at the same time. And not just, viral stuff that everybody has seen, just things that clearly appeal the, I don't know, age group, economic group, whatever group that we are part of. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's see. It's not just that. It's sometimes it feels like they're listening. Uh, you talk about something with someone IRL, and you see an Instagram ad about that 2 minutes later. Yeah, there's if you've never seen it, there's a funny thing called it's called JITS, spelled this way, and that stands for um uh I'll go with JITS SAC. Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. This is a story written in the 80s, in the 60s, in the 70s. It's like it's a very old Japanese story. Okay, this one specific. Yeah. Okay. So standalone complex is as an anime is more recent, but Ghost in the Shell in general by the author is much older, and when is Ghost in the Shell from? Let's see, Ghost in the Shell 1989, 1990. Okay, I expected it to be even older. In any case, this thing that you're describing really resembles a in a minor way what standalone complex is explaining Ghost in the Shell as a bigger thing. Yeah, I was trying to mention Ghost in the Shell in general. But it seemed that the manga is, according to the Wikipedia, the manga is from the end of the 80s. Was there something before the manga? Because according to the Wikipedia, this is 1989. I guess maybe this is when it was serialized. Maybe they published it earlier in a magazine. No, it was in a magazine at that point. He's written multiple things in the same universe. Understood. Well, in any case, this really sounds like a standalone complex. Okay, so we have to choose what to work on because turns out that we did this and we did this, and now we're running out of things to do. I'm gonna put my music back for Twitch. Oh, that's very. I tried to execute a loop with 4096 iterations, and Z complained with evaluation exceeded 4096 record branches. So I did set eval quota to a bunch, and it still complained. What's the story with this? Well, where did you put the set eval branch quota? Because you need to put that outside of the for loop, I believe. And point number two, bump it up. Instead of doing 10 times 1,000, do this. In Zig, you can put underscores in numbers, so you can do this. Do something like this. Give it like a good million. See what happens. But in any case, yeah, you can always bump up the branch quota so that so that you don't hate it. Don't worry. Yeah, I've been too productive today. Holy shit. normally I have like a couple of tasks and I can't get done one. And now I've done too much. I should have milked this across at least 5 streams. What the heck? What the heck? So I want to put a break on the screen share stuff because in theory we could progress it a little bit more, but I think it's fine. It's fine to take a break and work on more pressing things. Other OS screen sharing. Oh no, I am not doing Linux screen sharing. I'm not doing Windows screen sharing, man. If I can avoid it, I want other people to have the fun. Look, I've done macOS. Okay, I've pulled my weight. I think it's fair for me now to rest. XDG portals. Yeah, look, you have to play fucking. Uh, you have to like it's XDG was implemented by Aperture Science, and you have to play fucking Portal to. Now you're thinking with portals as you're like 1,000 lines in of boilerplate code. Okay, 1 second. I'm sharing some stuff. Also, apparently, Codeberg has pooped itself. Mm, well, you didn't lose it. At least I hope. Look, as long as you haven't lost it, it could be worse. Yeah, man. These fucking open source, these fucking open source wannabes, man. GitHub would have never had outages like these, man. uh, Isn't GitHub down at the moment? Let's check. No, GitHub seems to be running. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks that Codeberg has all these tiny hiccups all the time. They don't last long, but it is annoying. Comment isn't lost. Nice. Oh, there we go. It's back. They rebooted the container. Oh, all the Redis caches are called. Oh, I was hoping that this link would do something. Oh, it does do something. In any case, I think in defense of Codeberg, they were saying they were getting occasionally DDoSed. So as long as uh as long as big tech is hating on them, then what are they supposed to do? Hey Galder, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Holy shit, I went from not having a single sub to having 63 in like a couple of days. What the heck? I'm rich now. Thank you, everybody. Turning off the stream now. I'm gonna go on the Bahamas and see you next year. I'll spend my uh, I'll spend my well earned, I don't know, $30 after taxes. No, we were doing so well. No. Ah, we were almost there. No, Codeberg, you were supposed to bring balance to social networks, and now here's the most problematic thing. You wanna interact, chat with them about Codeberg not working. You have to go on Matrix. So now you have to go on Matrix. Preview this link using matrix.org on server, privacy policy. Use another server or continue without a preview. What does continue without a preview even mean? Ask every time. Continue. So choose an app to continue. Element. Shieldy chat. Shieldy chat. WeChat. Neheko. Quaternion. Fluffy chat. Thunderbird? Uh-oh. Well, you need to do right click, modify the DOM, turn on the editable thing. Why is Thunderbird in here, man? I have to tell this to Andrew. Andrew was complaining that Thunderbird, every time Thunderbird updates, it becomes more and more laggy and you cannot use it. Like, he has a bunch of emails, not even an insane amount of emails, but he does have a few. And in every new release, it keeps getting more and more laggy and unable to manage his emails. I have to tell him, man, don't worry. Like, look, listen. They may be neglecting emails, but boy, do they have a Matrix implementation. They dropped the RSS client, but gained a Matrix client. Man, Mozilla. Show apps not available on my platform. Show experimental apps. Yeah, why not? Give it all to me. Show them all to me. So what did we gain? We gained Fractal, GNOME client, suitable for desktop and mobile, written in Rust. Then we gained Tensor, QML, and JS cross-platform desktop metrics client. NeoChat. NeoChat is a convergent cross-platform matrix client. Can somebody tell me what is a convergent client? Siphon. Chat with your privacy and freedom intact. Wow. Element. Continue in your browser. We already quite a few clicks in. All right, of course you gotta create an account. on matrix.org. Are we back up? I've used the web browser one. I've used Element in the browser. I've used Element on my phone. I've never had a desktop client, if that's what you're asking me. Well, not entirely. Sorry. I wanted to show somebody a code snippet, so I guess I'll have to do it this way. Yeah, Matrix is not great. Okay. We were looking at issues and decided what to work on. I think that the next thing that we should work on maybe is channel synchronization. I think we should have the full life cycle of a channel is being created on the fly. You receive a notification and now you know about that channel. Then a channel was created while you were disconnected. You learn about that channel and you create it. And that part is easy. That part already comes with the territory. Like we already have implemented that implicitly. But then we also need to implement a channel was deleted. And you need to know that if you had a copy of that channel, that channel should be deleted with all its relative messages. So let's go implement that. That is part of the synchronization support. And actually, for that, I think I need to do one thing. Yeah, I'm gonna work on that as soon as I come back. I'll take 30 seconds, not more than that. So I guess the starting point for us is gonna be, oh yeah, also like related to this, guess what? Guess what? We will be restoring a bit-rotted code path. This menu here had a new chat button that allowed you to create a new chat. And then we broke it. So hello, bye-bye, have a nice day. So we wanted to re-implement this. We want to re-implement new chat. So let's fix all those workflows again. And I think with this is going to be pretty cool to use this application to chat with people. I'll be right back. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Do, 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 do. Let's create a new channel. So, mm, if I remember correctly, in channel list, thank you, Scott. In channel list, we have a button. I think it's rendered in here where the host name is. Yeah, settings, blah, blah, blah. UI debug window does actually turn on the UI debug window, which we learned is freaking useful. So that's good to have. Then we have the new chat stuff. So we have this main state show new chat. Is that now app? Do we even have app in here? There you go. Show new chat. Close the thing. Now who's going to inspect show new chat? New chat floating window. Who's calling this in here? Okay. So we call into this function new chat floating window. Okay, new chat from theme, blah blah blah. We probably are gonna need to fix the layout of this thing a bit. Also, holy shit, it has a lot of logic, and this all ends by calling channel dot core dot channel create, which creates a network message for this. I think that so there's gonna be build errors. Yeah, there you go. Menu get. Menu get close. There's no menu get. Well, we can look at the DVI examples to see how this looks like now. It's not in basic widgets, I think. It's in menus. Close menu. That's what we're looking at. fv2.close floating menu. So I think we need to use a new name for this stuff then. Floating menu. Yeah. But can contain any widgets, okay? Rectangular natural from point CP. C text. DUI context. VBox data. Submenus. And oh, this is a normal menu. So never mind. Maybe we want to say it to the norm with the normal menu. Maybe there's menu.close, right? There we go. So next problem. Haha, no next problem. There we go. Create new chat, choose name, arst, and then we panic. Why? Panic unimplemented. Host connection update. Oh, wait. I think we did it. I think we have implemented. No, we haven't. What happened in the server? Okay, I don't know. Let's start by solving that unimplemented. So oh, there we go. Oh, I see. We had an unimplemented like turn off this code portion. I guess this part doesn't even compile yet. So network command Q put one. Do we still do put one on command Q, or do we have a cutesy thing for sending messages to network? Oh no, network doesn't have a command Q anymore, does it? Yeah, there just is no network command queue. That's what's going on. So the way it works is that um, we get channel create. We need the host. So instead of receiving channel create, let's get the stuff. So oh no, but it wants a pointer because does it have a host in it? Oh, it does have a host in it. Never mind. So we're good. So we can do client. Um, Oh, right. There's no this. Channel create. We need to turn this into an actual message. Or call it bytes. Protocol client. Channel create. Kind. Chat. Name. cmd.name. Origin equals cmd.origin. I don't think we should have a type for this. I'm really starting to think, I might be wrong, but I'm starting to think that we should not have a type for this. But this is fine, I guess, for now. Serialize non-unlock. No, this guy needs to have serialize unlock. Mm, hmm. Okay, so the request is pending because the server crashed. I think the server has also hit a to do. Server has hit a to do, and that causes a disconnection with the client. That's fine. Just panic to do. Where is the panic to do? This stack trace is not really helping. Call join request. Oh my god, this debug info is poo poo. This debug info is all poo poo. But it is true that there is a panic to do. Something that has to do with channel create. There we go. If true panic to do. We receive a channel create. We deserialize unlock this guy. We assert that the kind is chat, yeah, because we don't support anything else. Lock state. And then we say host channels create, blah, blah, blah. Name taken, we reply with a failure. Otherwise, we reply okay. And then we fan out a channel's update. Kind full delta. So channel update. What would the channel update be? This is more like more than kind. It should be operation like OP. Create, delete. Like a new channel has been created. A channel has been deleted. Why is this also plural? Where when are we going to batch this? Although you know what, I take this back. Um, I take this back because bulk operations could be good, but I think the operations wouldn't be mixed. It would be either bulk create or bulk delete. I think it's unlikely that we're gonna have more than like mixed groups. So yeah, and this is not gonna be a full channel though. Although, wait a second, because kinda what's in a chat for the server? Void. Server only. It's in server only. Messages. Hmm. Maybe this is fine. Did we create a new channel? We do have the new channel. So this works. Panic to do. Oh, this is also locked. Turn off. Oh man. Oh man. Ah, brrr. I think we want to get rid of create. I think we want to get rid of create and we just want to use add or oh, sorry, set. This is interesting. We are now facing for the first time the need to both create an entry in the database and also create one in memory. So I guess the starting point is we do the query. And we need the query to return us an ID. Insert channels. Oh shit, wait a second. This is the one that adds hard-coded channels. Why is it in common queries? Oh no. Oh no. Ah. Why is this garbage doing here? Like, what is it doing here? Should not be here. They should be inside init. Init should not try to inherit this. You should own it. Like, who else is gonna do the boilerplate bullshit to create channels, man? You're gonna be the only one. Nobody else is gonna do that. These things should have like insert channel in the same style of insert user. Channels don't have creation date. Um, Fine, I guess. Hello, penguin. There, we don't have concepts of sections. Yeah. Okay. It's time. It's time that we start fleshing this part out a little bit more. So we need to. I mean, we don't have on the Zig side a concept of sections. We have a table for sections. We have some queries for sections, like well columns. Like we have some stuff there, but we never try to like load sections because sections are like just it's a draft. We never really implemented any logic for sections. Maybe I could ignore it, but whatever. Oh no. Uh, okay. Um. Oh, nice. When do you think 016 will be released? Between 1 and 2 months. That's my estimate. Hmm. Mm. Ah. Ah. Yeah, it's time. We did it. I think it worked. Now, if I run it again, fuck, the channel doesn't show up. I thought it would. God damn it. Damn. We got a failure because uh, I think we got a failure because I tried to use the same name. So the name does exist. Wait, why am I not seeing it though? Okay. So here we hit another panic to do. Mm. Oh, you know what? We're just not handling client request replies. Okay. Mm. Oh, well, guess what? 0 out of 2. Jesus Christ. Mm. It's a reply to a client request. Mm. Oh, right, it's plural because it's potentially in bulk. Yep. Um, channels update. What was the other one? Client request reply. Okay. Are you pushing the server commands to an event loop? I have a channel where whenever communication happens is queues messages, and then I have threads that drain that channel. Here in core, I don't remember where I have it, but somewhere in here, I have some code that pulls from that channel, and yeah, it was above and does stuff. I wouldn't call it necessarily an event loop, or maybe yes. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you want to look at it. But that's kind of the idea. It's not particularly complicated. I think it's a very simple pattern. Um, so here we have defined two more things, and we're not handling them here. So I would expect a build error that tells me, dude, you should be handling those up there, where you're not handling those up there. What does the watch tell us? Relp. Client request Relp. No, the init on whom? Okay, now we have switch most enable possibilities, and then we have no field or member function named the init on CRRD init. Client request reply. Well, we must have a init though. If we can deserialize alloc it, doesn't this guy have a message? Yeah, it needs the init. Channel as update doesn't have deserialize alloc. That surprises me because we it definitely needs to have that. And it doesn't have the init. We might want to have like a concept of like consume and discard, something like that, where one the init function is for full the init, another one is only for partial. Let's see. By the way, what is your preference when you are creating interfaces? Using type array structs or using union enum with inline else switches? Type arrays structs? Can you give me an example of type array structs? You mean using field parent pointer? Yeah, I'm guessing you mean field parent pointer. Um, I don't think it's really a matter of preference. I think it's a matter of what use case are you trying to solve. Um, Unions are easier, but they are not extensible because you have kind of to register into the union every possible polymorphic variant, but you don't have to do that with the other approach. So I guess the question is your polymorphism limited to a statically known set of variants? If so, no reason not to do a union. Otherwise, do a vtable. So we're finally at switch must handle all possibilities. Yeah, which are these two cases? Well, I guess we'll see in a moment if that implementation makes any sense or not. And with this, we don't have anything anymore that is commented out, but these things have probably been rotted like hard code. Expected type void found client request reply. This one's void. Oh, right. Yeah, because this was turned to void because just to because this code was commented out, so it was not being analyzed, but we needed this to shut up about types that don't exist anymore because it was referencing identifiers that stopped existing at some point. So this function needs to be modernized, and we're gonna need to modernize also the other one probably. Okay, give me a sec, and I'll be right back. And we're gonna continue with this work. And what is the goal? Oh, the goal is to get channels that create, channels that get deleted, clients that get updated, and yeah, all that good jazz. I'll be right back. I am back. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Ooh. Hoo. So, I guess we need to use a zero leader. Yes, or rather, the what happened is that this code has now been centralized elsewhere. This is now done in the network file. So, or at this point here, we have already received. We're gonna receive already a CRR, a client request reply. So we're gonna be already. I have that. So we log state. We look at the reply marker. We look at pending requests. And do an atomic store, huh? I think that I'm gonna regress this logic for now. And instead of a panic, we make this log dot warning. Much better. Okay. Next thing that we need to fix has no member name warning. Oh, it's warn. That's it. Just warn. I think now the other function needs fixing. Yeah, channels update. Here is the same situation. We lock core. And then so I think that the problem is that this channels update stuff doesn't tell you who the host is. So basically, what we need is that the network message that contains these things should also contain who's the host. These are very old things. Back when I was assuming, yeah, I'm gonna wire in, multiple host support at some point, and then I never, and then these guys bit rotted, and now they're like lagging behind compared to the rest, where the rest of the things do know who the host is. So, um, well, I guess for now we force this. That's fine. And then we take a channel and we set that channel. Now that is fine, but we also need to insert that channel in the database. Also think it needs to be like this: switch cu.op. Sort, name, kind. Okay, let's see how this goes. Unused IO, apparently. Error union is ignored. And this is called? Oh yeah. Do we try stuff in here ever? We never try, which is understandable. So error union is ignored. What error union? Oh, this one also as well? Well, it did work, kinda. The problem is that we don't handle the request reply, and so this gets never resolved. The pop-up. Okay, so the next step is to have, well, maybe we can improve how this thing is rendered, because it's rendered like S. You see the X button up here, really sucky. Also doesn't do anything. Jesus. So that's not great. But at the very least, we need to have these update. So I can unblock that stuff. Yeah. Let's go make it happen. So I guess we steal our code, getting host one. That's fine. Look at pending requests that have the same origin. Hmm. Fail panic to do. Why is fail panic to do? Also, this is still doing an atomic store of this kind. But now this is different. This is now status is now an atomic enum, is it not? Well, sorry, status contains. What do you put in atomic requests? In pending requests. Oh, this? Oh, shit. Oh, okay. So much. This is so old, man. I haven't touched this in ages. Let's restart from the UI. In the UI, in here, oh, we heap allocate this guy? What? Okay, let's look what we do in channel create. So we heap allocate this guy, and then we do status.get okay, destroy. Otherwise, what do we do? Wait, how do we render what's happening? Status get nc.status. So status is an atomic enum. Oh my god, that thing is a type erased atomic enum. That's what that thing is. Of course it's a type erased atomic enum. Holy shit. Okay, so we have name, okay, name taken, connection failure. And so in core, we do okay, name taken, and then I think fail is not even an option in here. Yeah, we have connection failure, name taken, and okay. Why is this a panic to do? I don't know. I guess let's leave it as a panic to do. Okay, so where does this get us? Expected integer type found result. Right, because result now is complicated. It's okay, rate limit, no permission, or something more complicated. So these are all things that I changed independently. I never really fully like reconnected back to being okay. So this is more like uh so when we switch the server enum for name server result, so it doesn't work this way. So we need to switch result, and we're gonna have okay, which is gonna be not okay. So we can do it. Okay, so basically we can do it like this. Without this line, and then here we do CRR result. Then we have rate limit, no permission, which is, well, actually rate limit should be a rate limit. User should be informed. No permission should be something that the user is informed. No permission. Oh, fuck. You know that line? We're going to copy it. Because if it is the error case, then we want to do this. Error code. Which is literally just this. Boom. Do you like it? Oh yeah, I added cases that don't exist in the original one. So we have connection failure, name taken, okay, rate limit, and no permission. And then in the UI, we need to print those. Are we happy now? We might be. There we go. It works. And it's so fast that we don't, it just disappears right away. Wait a second. I thought we posted something in here. Where are our messages? We were posting in this channel, but we think that we were posting in this channel. Oh no. Um, So there's Teufel, to answer your question, what is going on? I'm implementing channel creation and also channel deletion. And the related synchronization. Wait, loading from last newest, complete garbage. Gooey, gooey, gooey. So here's the funny thing, though. I bet you that if we kill the client and we rerun it, are we gonna be happy now? We're not. So we think that this belongs to this channel. What does the server have to say? The server keeps saying unknown channel. So that's what's going on. Hello, Gabriel. I'm using a framework called DVUI. You can see it in action in WebAssembly, but it's an immediate mode GUI, so it also works on the desktop. This is it, DVUI by David Vanderson. Okay, sorry. I'm starting to get a little bit tired. That's why I'm sluggish. So, what is going on here? What is going on is that for some reason the server doesn't agree that those channels exist. Now, here's the question: Did we? Is our server okay? So, did we do the right thing with the server? Also, here's another question: Did we restart the server with these new changes? Let's read the code again just a little bit. I think we must have, but as a reminder, we look at the name, we complain that the name exists. If it exists, if it doesn't, we make a new UID, but then also we get a new channel ID. We make a new channel. We send a reply okay. We prepare a channels update. Wait, where's the part where we keep it in memory? We're saving it on disk, but we're not keeping it in memory. It should go in here. Oh no. State. Wait, what do we call it? Our own state? State. Oh, come on. Give me some help, man. I think it's state.host.channels, maybe. Something like this. Error union is ignored. Oh, there we go. Do we error route in here? We do. So maybe it was as simple as that. Yeah, so now we can post in those bad boys. And I can make a new one called 1234. And I can send numbers in it. Okay. The only mistake that I made is that I forgot to have the server also load in memory the new channel, not just keep it in the database. So restarting the server would have solved it right away. Oh, also it seems that we hit rate limits here. That's why these messages never got sent correctly. Also, I noticed that our pending messages don't understand which channel they belong to. They just show up no matter what. That is something that we might want to fix. So what I would do now is implement what I just described. So the concept of let's add a print whenever we hit a rate limit in our reply. So when we get a reply and it says rate limit, I would do this, or no permission. I would do this regardless of the reply marker. Okay. Oh, and you know what? Yeah, that shouldn't even be inside of the switch. We do that unconditionally. That's it. Just some logging for replies, which I think it's good to have. Then what else do we want to do? So we want some logging here because it's nice. Hey, Dimo Roy, holy shit. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Giant raid. Holy cow. Yeah, thank you very much, man. Have a good one as well. So, welcome, raiders. Welcome to a stream where we work on a open source Discord alternative. And I want to point this out so that everybody understands this. I've been working on this before it was cool. Like in the last few weeks, everybody now and their dog is working on a Discord alternative. Most of them are vibe coding their Discord alternatives. Not this guy. No vibe coding here. And also, I was doing it before the latest outrage. So why am I doing it? I'm doing it because I'm VP of community at the Zig Software Foundation, and I care about the Zig community. And I was very sad a while ago. Again, nothing to do with the latest outrage. A long time ago, I guess at this point, like a year ago, 2 years ago, people have started leaving Discord communities, Zig Discord communities, not because they hated the people in there, not because they didn't care about Zig anymore, but because they found it too annoying to be on Discord. And so we literally had the moment where some people said, "Hi guys, I'm going to delete my account in like a day or two or whatever because I'm fed up with Discord doing this or doing that." Take your pick. Again, nothing to do with the latest outrage, but they were annoyed at the, somewhat constant enshittification. They were Linux users. Discord is not great on Linux. Or you know what? Definitely wasn't a year ago. I don't know. Maybe things have changed recently. I doubt, but I don't have firsthand experience. In any case, they were being annoyed at quests. They were being annoyed at Nitro. They were being annoyed at having to update Discord every other day. Grey Hatter says that he has not improved. So yeah, I guess that's what it is. And so it is bad when your community splinters off, not because not because of organic needs, not because users want to change the shape of their communication, but rather because the platform enshittifies. And so here we are. So for the people who have seen me do some stuff and are curious about what is the latest and greatest in Awebo technology. So the name is Awebo. Maybe I'll explain in a moment what Awebo means. But for the people who wonder what is the latest and greatest in Awebo technology, let me show you this. Actually, you know what? I'll do both at once. I will tell you what is Awebo, and I will show you the latest and greatest in Awebo technology all at the same time. So pause the music. Turn up the volume. This is the bird. Awebo is the name of the sound that this bird makes. The bird is called a ptarmigan. It's a white bird with red eyebrows. I don't know why nature makes it that way, but it's amazing. So this is why the application is called Awebo. And related to this, I've been implementing the last couple of days screen share. Look at this. Select this window. And now we are screen sharing this window. And if I play, this is just a local preview. I don't have any of the networking code for video screen sharing. I do have the networking code for audio though. But for video, we needed glue code with OS first, and now we have it. Now you might be wondering, wait a second, aren't the colors a bit out of whack? The answer is yes. macOS is a blue, green, red alpha. BGRA, while platform, while everybody else is RGBA. Apple has to be different, as you know. They just think different. So that's why the colors look weird, because I'm not doing the necessary color conversion. In any case, this is gonna be fixed, but you get the idea, right? So we can do screen share, or rather, we have the beginnings of screen share. That being said, I was not getting this feature to completion. I was happy to leave it here for now because I'm waiting for some other work that's happening in Awebo to make more progress. And in the meantime, I was implementing the creation of new chat channels. So the ability to create new chat channels. Also, apparently the stream got interrupted at some point. Why did the stream get interrupted? Stream was stopped by the system. Why? I wonder why this is happening. I don't know. This might be my fault. In any case, for now, this is fine. Well, now you know. I'm going to bring back my music. My GPU under X only exposes format B8G8R8A8. So that would be, okay. So that's BGRA. Oh, so you also have the same thing under Vulkan. So it's not even Microsoft Windows interrelated anymore. Oh. Wow. A lot of GPUs still only do the YUV, the code step, as BGR. Well, of course, begs to differ since it has an explicit requirement for GPU backend BGRA with 8-bit per component. Huh. Little Endian ARGB. Yeah, BGRA. Wait a second. What? Is this it? Yeah, in any case, the reason why I'm not fixing the color problem is because since that is a local preview and it's it's video generated on your system that you want to preview on your system, I don't think there's any point in me trying to do the correction, because then I'm guessing the UI framework will necessarily have to convert it back since it's the same platform. So I think that we need DVUI support just for we just need DVUI support for this. In any case, that is the latest and greatest in Awebo technology, or rather, close to. The latest and greatest is the ability to create channels. Doesn't sound as fancy though, but you know, it is what it is. What did I want to do after adding replies? Well, reply logging. Reply C or 0 res. Okay, so that's fine as well. Oh yeah, right. Pending messages. So I'm gonna create some unsent messages by spamming and hit it. Okay, I hit the rate limiter. So that's why we lost connection and everything else. And now these messages, they think that they should be shown up everywhere instead of just being shown in the channel that they belong to. So let's add this code in chat panel. Do. Message iterator, draw message, nil. Oh, there we go. If there are pending messages. Oh no, and pending messages are per host instead of being per channel. Again, I think this is an artifact of back when I was just getting started and I didn't really think, oh yeah, I will support more than one channel in the future. And I think we are finally at that point. So I think the pending messages needs to become a thing that is specific per channel and not being per host. We could do filtering in here, but you know what? There is no point in doing filtering when we can just split them up. Okay. So the idea is from this, we want to go into channel. Is it just C? Is it CH? Is it chat? What are we calling this channel? C. What happens with pending on client exit? Everything is lost. We could persist across reboots, pending messages. Yeah. But right now we don't have that. Hmm. duplicate struct member. Where do I have protocol? Oh shit. Okay. Honestly, I'm starting to think that if I could just import a Awebo, I would be happier. But no, this should not succeed this way. This should not succeed this easily. There's an unsaved file. This file must have not been saved because there must be references that haven't been updated. Yeah. ZLS. Why does ZLS not want to help me out here? 722. Message send. We have the channel. What do you want for now? Okay, now if I purposely spam to match and get rate limited, okay, these show up in here in this last channel. They do not show up in there. They show up again in here. We now show chat unsent chat messages in the right context. Cool. I mean, it's less confusing, right? That's a bug that causes like I don't know, gives you a bad feeling. The fact that you cannot try to resend them also sucks. Would be nice to have a button to do that, but seeing them in the wrong channel is really the worst. Okay, so what are we doing now? I think we're committing this because this is really an improvement. Like, this is a strict improvement to what we had before. As usual, more could be done. Oh, you know what I haven't done? Oh shit. I should do Zig CI. I didn't do that, but hopefully. We didn't do anything platform specific, so yeah, we're good. Okay. This has been a good day of work, I would say. Now I think I want to open an issue with the VUI about this. So um GB no wait is BGRA handling. This is a GUI problem. Maybe not just GUI, but for now it is GUI. I've recently implemented uh, the basic glue code for starting screen capturing on Mac OS. You can test it by pressing the share button in the UI and then by selecting a window or a display to share, to capture. This will show the captured video data in a preview window inside in a floating preview window. You will see at that point that the colors are off. Presumably, the VUI wants to deal with RGBA data, but macOS only supports giving us our BGRA. I tried to make it give us RGBA, didn't work. Now, we could we could Zweasel the bytes to get RGB to convert the video data we receive to RGBA, but again, presumably, VUI will nevertheless have to convert it back to BGRA when displaying the preview. See source slash client slash GUI slash main slash screen share box. Yeah. So the conversion seems useless. Work, especially considering that we currently enjoy um well especially considering that we currently have a read only pointer to the OS's own data. Meaning that, yeah, um, I'm not an expert, so I'm happy to be corrected if wrong, but it seems to me that DVUI should offer native support for, I don't know, BGRA or some kind of native pass-through format. Might not be a, well, in any case. For macOS and any other platform that might use the same format. While streaming, people in chat pointed out that it's not just Apple that uses BGRA. So, period. David Vanderson, take a look at the latest and greatest in Awebo technology, and also let me know what you think. Okay, so this is good. This is really good. Okay, this is nice. What do we want to do next after this? I don't know. I think this might be it for me today. Look, chat. We did some work. We pushed screen share. We enabled audio capture. We're not doing anything with it yet because we don't have the networking stuff wired in. Although we're gonna get to that as soon as Andrew gets audio back into working condition. We're gonna do this stuff. You know what? Also, I think that the timing might play out to be perfect because Andrew is coming to Europe soon. Soon as in next month. Spoilers. So we might do a Awebo hackathon essentially. Do you know what kind of encoding are you going to use? I would say most likely H.264. That's going to be essentially the null hypothesis. So if Andrew comes over and we start working on this stuff, it might be that the next month supported as a fallback format. What do you mean? But the way it works, look, the way you do this kind of complicated shit is that you start with the fallback and then you build the fancy shit afterwards. So that first you get it working and then you make it better after it works. Instead of having something that, you know, maybe works for somebody, then you give it to somebody else and it doesn't work for them. So we're standing with that. Then we'll see if we can do the rest. But our goal right now is just first to make it work. So if Andrew comes over, then it might be that we end up, I don't want to be too optimistic, but it might be that we end up at the end of the next month with audio calls and screen sharing working, at least to some degree. I mean, macOS kind of works. So if we figure out the other side of the equation, macOS will be able to screen share. Who knows? Maybe Windows will not, maybe Linux will not, but at least they, if we close the circle, they will be able to play whatever we send over. And yeah. Prefer AV1 over 264. Do not ever use 265. Mm-hmm. H264 is free up to 100K users, I think. Wait, measured how? 100K users measured how? Nokia is now suing people in Germany over H26 something or something patents. I don't know, man. Let's go back to the good old days of XVID. You remember when you have to download the real-time codecs? You had to download, was it real time? It was called real time, right? Does anybody remember that absolutely horrible? It wasn't real time. Was it real video? Holy shit, the real video player, right? And you had to download those codecs. What file formats? Like, what was that you had to download it for? And then some things wanted you to pay for DVIX codecs. Oh man, what a mess. What a complete mess. What a complete mess. Anyway, was a proprietary variant of H263. Huh. What were the file extensions that you would use it for, or rather with? Because I remember that there were some funky file extensions that we don't have anymore, right? You remember we had .xvid, .dvix. What was the real video stuff? .ram, .rv, .rm HD. Oh my god, what a mess. Yeah, definitely. I know. but it was so funny. Good times, good times. Good times. Not really, but anyway. Well, everybody, I think this is it for me. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. And yeah, sorry, YouTube. At some point, chat broke as usually. What can I say? I blame YouTube. If you want to chat, I'm sorry. Come over to Twitch because the API runs out. I just ran out of API quota. That's the problem. I don't know how to solve it because it's already like I guess I need to poll it less maybe, but I don't know. It sucks. Anyway, everybody, thank you for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow probably. We'll see. But in any case, more progress. And soon we're gonna get rid of Discord. Let me see if I should raid somebody. Maybe I should, since we got raided. I think we should raid in turn. I'm going to raid. So is anybody doing Zig? Let's look for the Zig tag. Nobody except me is doing Zig. So I'll send you all to Brooke Zerker. What does he do? Building a turn-based multiplayer terminal space battle in Rust plus Axiom plus Anathema. Oh, he's using the toggle bit ecosystem. Oh, nice. Nice. I'm going for it. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. I'll do it. Everybody, have a good day. Enjoy some Rust, I guess. You earn a break from Zig for now. So enjoy some Rust. Don't think that you're done though. More studying until we're out of Discord. See you.